Okie doke. You're not going to see many slides in this class because I don't like slides. We're here to learn PowerShell, not PowerPoint. And PowerPoint is not a great way to teach PowerShell. PowerShell is. So we are really going to focus today on a lot of the core things in PowerShell itself that you really can't pick up on your own. It's certainly easy, I think. How many of you have played with PowerShell even just a little bit? Okay. Have you been up on Google or Bing or whatever and found some examples of what other people have done? And okay, and that's how most of us do teach ourselves. People's blogs are an awful way to learn PowerShell because PowerShell can be used in so many different ways by different audiences that you can wind up on some developer's website and there's 300 lines of code to accomplish one task. And you're like, wow, I don't want to be a programmer, so let's just not play with this PowerShell thing. And that's not what PowerShell is. That's part of what it is. But what happens is you wind up with these examples, and if you really don't know what PowerShell is doing with all that under the hood, like what the secret magic is, then it's a lot harder to repurpose those things to fit your own environment. And it becomes really difficult to invent your own examples to accomplish whatever tasks you've got. In other words, if you don't know that core stuff in PowerShell, it gets really hard to figure out, all right, if I can't find an example that someone else has put together, then how do I do this task? So that's what we're going to focus on today. Whether you are interested in Windows Server or desktops or SQL or IIS or Exchange or SharePoint or whatever, everything you see today is going to focus on using those things in PowerShell, using their PowerShell support. Because PowerShell is the new foundation for all of Microsoft's admin stuff, it creates a set of consistency. All the different product teams pretty much have to play by more or less the same set of rules. So by learning those rules, you can then go out and you'll be able to teach yourself whatever it is you need to do. You should not have to take a specialized class on Exchange with PowerShell or Active Directory with PowerShell. You should be able to take what I'm going to show you today, maybe pick up a reference book so you've got something to refer back to, go a little bit deeper on some of these things if you want to. You should be able to teach yourself how to do all those things. So that's the goal, is to, you know, the saying, right? Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man a fish, he depopulates the ocean in a week. We're going to go for the second half of that. So again, not a lot of slides. I am going to record the entire thing, all demo. If for some reason you don't pick up the URL for this, I will put it in my Twitter feed. So if you're a tweeple, whatever they're called, that's my thing. And if you're not a Twitter person, you can just go to twitter.com/concentratedon. You don't have to sign up or follow me or anything else. It's just all there, bare and naked. This is not hands-on. You will not need to take notes because I'm recording the entire thing. And we will come back to the plug for my books later. Again, I do have some copies of someone else's book to give away, but the publisher makes me buy my books for some reason, so I have to sell those. All right, that's enough PowerPoint. We're done with PowerPoint completely. We will now go to PowerShell. So here's PowerShell. Let's talk for a minute about what PowerShell means to Microsoft, because it's kind of different than what you might think it does. Microsoft had this problem years ago, and I guess they're still really struggling with it, where they really didn't focus on administrative automation, right? It was the GUI, and we all like the GUI. Next, finish, task is done, fine. How many of you work in Active Directory? Yeah? How long does it take to make a new user account in your company if you did it by hand?
A couple minutes, not long.
Yeah, a couple minutes. And it kind of depends on how much crap you fill out, right?
Right.
So let's say 2 minutes. If it takes 2 minutes to make one user, how long does it take to make 100 users? As long as it takes to find an intern to make those 200 users. And that's the problem with the GUI, is that anytime you have to do something more than once, there's no investment there. It's wasted time. All right? Every 2 minutes you spend making a user is 2 minutes out of your life you will never, ever, ever get back. Whereas if you could automate that, it might take you an hour to figure out how to automate it, but you will get that time back every time a new user has to be created, because now it can be done in a second. Microsoft was really, really bad at enabling the automation side. And it was because of the GUI. It was actually the GUI's fault. Because the GUI was the first class citizen, they had to do the GUI. And then whatever we got from the command line was essentially whatever they had time to do in their spare time before they shipped the product. Anybody ever do any VB script? Yeah, did you ever find the VB script that could do whatever it was completely and you never had to go back to the GUI to do anything? No, of course not. Command line utilities, I'm sure you've all run some command line utilities, right? Yeah, did you ever find the command line utility that totally replaced the GUI? Nope, and you never would. So for Microsoft, PowerShell is a different way of creating products. Now they create the admin functionality in PowerShell first. That's the first class citizen. And then when they want to build a GUI, it's just really running PowerShell commands under the hood. So we still get the GUI. Microsoft isn't taking the GUI away. The name of the product is still Windows. You will always have a GUI to administer. But in many cases, the GUI will actually show you the PowerShell commands it's about to run, teach you how to write the PowerShell commands that way, and then you don't have to do it in the GUI from then on. So this is Windows Server 8. And, oh, I really hate this start screen. This is the new server manager. It's very pretty. Let's go with pretty. And I can do pretty much anything I want in this. You guys have played with Server Manager on the current version of Server, right? The difference with this one is no matter what I'm clicking, it's running PowerShell commands under the hood. And most of the time it'll show me. And what's the command to promote a computer to a domain controller? Do you remember? DC promo. It's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. It's a PowerShell command. You can still run the wizard, but at the end of the day, the wizard is just spewing a PowerShell command.
Is there an alias for it?
I don't know if there's an alias or not. It's still beta code, so sometimes they haven't finished hooking all that stuff up. So I mean, that's kind of the neat thing about PowerShell is that you can still have the wizards and everything else that you're accustomed to, and those are awesome when you don't do something every single day. Right? How often do you set up a new site in Active Directory? It's pretty rare for most companies. So maybe you don't want to take the time to learn the command because you do it once a year or even less often. You know, the 5 minutes you spend in the GUI isn't 5 wasted minutes. You don't do it every day. But for the things that you decide you want to do faster or automate, you can drop down to the shell and automate it yourself. So for the first time, we're getting a choice. And until Server 8, Microsoft hadn't really delivered on that whole theory. But if you look at this, this is a list of all the stuff that PowerShell can touch without me even installing any roles or features on this. This is a pure, naked, fresh install. And it's pretty much everything. So just like Exchange, you can do everything in PowerShell. In fact, some stuff you have to do in PowerShell because it didn't make it into the GUI, which is kind of cool. It's a little reversal of roles. You will be able to do everything in Windows Server with PowerShell. You'll be able to do everything in SharePoint, SQL. Everything is slowly getting there. It's taken Microsoft about 6 years to get to this point. And it's probably going to take them about another 5 before absolutely everything is PowerShelled. But that is where they're marching. So this is kind of a huge deal for them. You know, in terms of commitment, is it safe to commit your company to this? Yeah, you pretty much have no choice. Microsoft has marched so far in this direction now, I doubt they could turn around if you put a gun to their head and made them. We are stuck with this for better or for worse. So fortunately, it's a pretty good technology. So I have to ask this, and it's not a joke, and I'll tell you why in a second. But everybody does have to play along. How many of you have ever run ping? Okay, just about everybody. Excellent. I taught a class one time where I asked that, and nobody in the room raised their hand. I'm like, oh, okay. Nobody in that class had ever opened up a command line utility ever. So that was very challenging. I know. It can happen, and that's where we are. It was great that they were there to learn now. So we're going to start very, very basic in PowerShell, and if it seems like kindergarten class, it's okay. We're gonna ramp along very quickly. But the reason we're going to start there is because if you've ever played with a command line utility, and worse, if you've been on someone's blog reading about PowerShell, you've probably picked up some misinformation and potentially some bad habits. So the reason we're starting at the beginning is just to make sure we break those. Now, I know, what are you using, Google or Bing? Google, Bing. Yeah, depends on what I'm after. Bing never really worked out as a verb. You can't tell someone, oh, go Bing that, because HR gets involved then, and it's bad. But I don't know why they didn't come up with a better name. So I know, because I do this, most admins get most of their stuff off the internet. right? We're up on someone's blog, we're going to pull something down, we're going to grab an example. It doesn't matter how much I tell you that people's blogs often suck. That's where the information is, so we're going to go there. So another thing that I have to do in this class that I will do is show you some of the bad things or awkward things or shortcutty things that you will see people do. And it's not necessarily that I recommend those things, but you're going to see it, and I want you to know what you're looking at when you see it, because I know you're going to be repurposing a lot of other people's stuff. Repurposing is a nice way of saying stealing. And that's fine. I just want you to know what it is you're looking at. I am going to be doing the entire class in Server 8, so this is beta code. This is PowerShell 3. Everything I'm going to show you, almost without exception, applies to the current shipping version of PowerShell as well. There are just a couple of cool little things I'm going to work in, and I will tell you when I'm showing you something that is v3 specific so that you know not to try it when you go home on your production systems. A little bit about versioning in PowerShell. All versions of PowerShell to date install in a directory called v1.0, which makes you think you're running PowerShell version 1, but that's not true. It's actually version 1 of the language engine, meaning everything has been backward compatible to version 1 so far. So every new version of PowerShell just adds more. It has changed nothing and taken away nothing, which is kind of nice from a mental investment viewpoint, right? The first trick you're going to want to learn is $PS version. And can everyone see this? Can you guys in the version table? Can you guys see that in the back? Is that sufficiently large? Okay. $PS version table. If that doesn't work, you are running version 1 of PowerShell. Stop it. There is no currently shipping properly service-packed Microsoft product that has a hard dependency on version 1. Everything will work with version 2. Version 2 is the production version of PowerShell. It will say PS version 2.0. That's what you should have. If you don't have it, get on download.microsoft.com and get it. Just punch in PowerShell 2 in their little search box on the download site, and it'll come up. It's in a package called Management Framework, and it installs several different technologies. Version 2 and 3, once you get into the world of version 3, they can live side by side. So when you install 3, it does not get rid of 2. So you can still have things attaching to version 2 and using it if they depend on it. In terms of compatibility, what's your main client operating system? XP or 7? X7? Is anyone from Vista, really? You're like the only one on the entire planet no one's ever said that to me. Congratulations. And thank you for buying it. It's good for the stock. So version 2 of PowerShell can be installed on XP and later on the client side, and on the server side 2003 and later. So if you're still running any Windows 2000 servers or Windows 2000 workstations, stop it. Version 3 of PowerShell will omit XP and Server 2003. Microsoft's policy is the current -2. So version 3 of PowerShell will ship with Windows 8, and it will run on 2 versions back, meaning 7 Vista, 2008, 2002. Version 2 and 3 are cross-compatible for communications. So part of what we're going to cover is how PowerShell communicates across the network, and version 3 and 2 can talk to each other. So that's kind of cool too, because I know you're still going to have XP out there for, who's still running XP? Right, half the planet. Plans to move along?
Just on the year by years, we replace hardware.
Oh, well, that's fun.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah. Just as it happens to show up, yeah, that's fun. When I worked for Bell Atlantic, that was their policy too, and so I convinced our CFO to stop buying hardware and lease it instead, and we had Dell show up one day with literally a semi-truck full of laptops, and they took away all the old stuff and gave everyone new stuff, and every 3 years they just showed up and did the same thing. It was fun. Called a bulldoze lease. So those are your version issues. PowerShell version 2 has a hard dependency on version 2 of the .NET framework. You have to have it. Is that a problem for anybody? It's kind of pretty common. Version 3 of PowerShell likes .NET 4, which is kind of the current shipping version of the framework. It's the latest version. The later of a version of the framework you give PowerShell, the better it gets. It does light up new features that come from the framework because PowerShell is built on the framework. All of PowerShell commands are built on the framework. So it is absolutely the thing that makes PowerShell function. So you will definitely have to have that there. You know, from the viewpoint of an admin like ourselves, PowerShell is not drastically different from the old command.exe. It's got a nice blue screen instead of black, but other than colors, it works the same. What's the command I would use to get a listing of files and folders? Who said ls? This isn't that class. ls will work. Dir will work, right? I can cd. We've got tab completion, just like command.exe did. If I cd pro and hit tab, it'll complete that. Because that path has a space in it, it puts it in quotes. You can use single quotes or double quotes, that's fine. The path separator is a backslash or a forward slash. PowerShell will take either. And part of that, the reason for that is that Unix uses a forward slash as its path separator. Windows has always used a backslash. And this, by accepting both, will make it easier for Unix guys to convert to Windows, because apparently that was the holdup the whole time. So you can put a forward slash in here instead, and it will work fine. So, you know, just kind of the same, but a little different. Real quick, we'll test your command line knowledge, obscure things. What does that do? That's right, it generates an error message. Trick question. Because the forward slash is a path separator, right? I just told you that. So it's trying to look for a directory called S and display a directory of that. So PowerShell looks like it has some of the same commands, but they're actually just a little bit different. I'm going to make one change real quick. Who finds this error text a little bit hard to read? Especially, yeah, it's kind of low contrast. So let's see, host.privatedata.error foreground color. And by setting it to green, it's a little easier to read. It makes me feel better about myself because green is good. And it doesn't take me back to English class in high school where red ink was bad. You could tell the grade on my paper by weighing it before and after, and the difference was the amount of red ink she had written on it. So I don't like red. So that's a neat little trick to get a little bit better contrast for you. The equivalent command in PowerShell is -recurs. So let me tell you the most important thing in the entire PowerShell universe. It is called help. PowerShell has got a comprehensive help system built into it. And let me tell you why this is important. It's not just because the help files will tell you how to use PowerShell. Obviously they will. Close your eyes and go back to that place where you first saw your first Windows Server Management Console. Say Active Directory users and computers, or maybe it was Exchange Management Console or something else. It's all GUI friendly. What was the first thing? There it is, it's staring at you, you've never seen it before. What is the first thing you did? And I guarantee you it was not read the manual, because you didn't do that, I know. Anybody ever put together the IKEA furniture? You ever try and do it without reading the instructions? Falls over on your dog. So instructions are important, but I know that's not what you did. What was the first thing you did in that GUI console? You started clicking stuff. Yeah, you did not ask the instructor, what do I do? You started clicking stuff. You start expanding the tree view, right? You start right-clicking things to see what happens. You start hovering over buttons to see if a tooltip pops up to tell you what it does. You start exploring through the menu, right? That's why you guys are on Office 2007 or 2010, yeah? So that's why when you first saw the ribbon, you're like, what the hell? Your entire life was thrown because there's no menus anymore, and you're supposed to know to click on things that don't look like you would click on them normally. That's what threw everybody about it. Those features, right-clicking, menus, tooltips, those are called discoverability features. One of the reasons a GUI application is so easy for us to learn is because those discoverability features help us figure out what we can do without having to read the manual. Well, this has got no tooltips, no buttons, no tree views, and no right-clicking. That's what makes the command line harder to use. Fortunately, it has a discoverability feature called help. Some folks will have you running get-help instead. The only difference between that and this is help will automatically create a one-page at a time display. So it'll pause, it won't just all by it real quick. So I tend to use help a lot, plus it's shorter. What's the wildcard character? Star, splat, asterisk, whatever you want to call it. Help service. The help system accepts wildcards. This will show me a list of all help topics that have the word service in their name. And as you can see, there's quite a lot. So in PowerShell version 2, you're going to see a much shorter list because it's running on a version of the server operating system that doesn't have all this stuff on it. This is a lot of it's new. And PowerShell version 2 comes with the help in the box. PowerShell version 3 won't. The first time you get PowerShell version 3, there is no help, which seems a little annoying. But you know what? Office doesn't come with help either, does it? It defaults to using online help. So in PowerShell version 3, the first thing you're going to run is a little command called update help. That's going to go to the internet and download all the help. And the reason you have to do that is because Microsoft can't update the help if they shipped it to you in the box. It's just a rule they have. The only way to update the operating system is a hotfix, and help content isn't important enough to ever get a hotfix. So by not giving you anything out of the box and letting you download it from the internet, you can always go back and download it from the internet. And the PowerShell team actually updates this stuff sometimes as often as once a week. So you can always get updated help this way. So you're going to run update help, and that'll make this whole system work. And you're going to use wildcards. Take a look at some of these names, these command names here. Notice any pattern to the way they're named? It was all stolen from OS 400.
Like the verbs usually first.
Yeah.
What it's doing.
Yeah, verb. So you've got verbs like set, start, stop, suspend, and then a dash, and then a singular noun. And that's really important. It's always a singular noun because in English there's no standardized way of making something plural. Even though get service up there, wherever it is, get service will get a bunch of services. The command name is always get service, not get services. And so when you're using your little wildcard trick, less is more. Always stick with a singular version of whatever it is. And in fact, if you're not quite sure, give it a little bit less. If you cut down your little keyword there, you'll get a bigger list, but you're more likely to find the one that you actually want. So, not too bad of a list. And you'll notice here that the third column tells me what module it comes out of. So there's all these little extensions, and we're going to look at these things that extend PowerShell's functionality, kind of like snap-ins in the MMC. And if you kind of just scroll down that module list, you can think, well, I'm not really after anything Active Directory related, so I can quickly ignore all that stuff. And you can work through the list pretty quickly that way. So less is more. Once you have got the command you want, once you actually find it on this list, tab completion, it's just going to continue to cycle through things that match what I had typed so far. So now I can hit enter, and I can get the full set of help for this command. In fact, minus full. Help is the command, get service is the commandlet that I want to get help for, and then minus full tells PowerShell to give me a lot of help. When you're up on Google and you're searching for stuff that's maybe related to PowerShell, what is it you're looking for? Yeah, examples, right? You want to see how this thing is used and what people can do with it. The examples are all built in. They're at the bottom of the help. You don't need to go up on the search engine, just read the help. Maybe after this, you can go on the Google and try and find something better. But the help's got all these examples. I mean, this one command has got 11 examples. Pretty much every way I could use this command, there's an example of how to use it that way. The other thing you're going to want, how many of you have the multiple monitors set up at work? Isn't that awesome? How did we ever get by with that? I would rather have that than my cell phone. This is something else I like. Now this won't work because my machine's not on the internet, but that will pop up the help from Microsoft's TechNet website in your default web browser, which you can float off to your second monitor so that you can read the help whilst you're typing the command. And the ones online are also updated frequently. At the bottom of the online help pages, you'll even notice a community content section where you can sign in with your Microsoft.NET Hotmail Live Passport ID, and you can add your own examples. And people do. A lot of my fellow MVPs will actually get up and add more examples. So that's a great resource to check out. And because it's in a web browser, it's prettier, and you can print it and do all kinds of cool stuff. So let's talk about what this help actually means. Because deciphering this help is going to be crucial to your PowerShell career. It seems a little kindergarten-y, I know, to talk about the help file in this detail, but this is really, really crucial. You are looking at 3 different bits of syntax here. See how there's like 3 blocks? Each of those blocks is called a parameter set. You can use any one of these you want to, but once you pick one, in other words, once I type get service dash name, see how the dash name parameter only exists in that first set? Once you pick a parameter that only exists in one of these sets, you are stuck with that set. You cannot mix and match parameters between the sets. So if I decide I'm going to use dash name, I can only use the other parameters that are in that first parameter set. Make sense? So these are basically presenting different ways that I can choose to use this particular commandlet. Here's another one that's got a little bit more differentiation. Oh, lots of parameter sets on this one, and you'll notice that some of them are slightly different. This one near the top of my screen starts with a dash class parameter. Dash class does not exist in all of the parameter sets, so if I choose to use it, I'm stuck with the other parameters that are in that same set with it. Keep that in mind. When you see square brackets, what's that tell you?
Optional.
Optional. Here in the help, square brackets mean optional. When you're actually running commands, square brackets mean something entirely different. PowerShell uses every single piece of punctuation on the keyboard. It's a very, very symbol-friendly language, so typing becomes very important. And we will cover a lot of that syntax, but for right now, square brackets mean optional. And you'll notice that there are some nested square brackets. Let's look at a somewhat simpler command. This set of square brackets, var, means that entire parameter is optional. The parameter is dash name. It accepts a string value, so letters and numbers. That's what the string in angle brackets means. The 2 square brackets that are bumped up against each other mean it can take multiple values. So you could give it a comma-separated list of names, and it would get all the processes that matched those names. The fact that name itself is contained in another set of square brackets means that if I use this parameter, I do not actually have to type -name. I can just provide the string. This is a positional parameter. What position is this parameter in?
First.
The first. So if I want to omit the dash name portion, I have to provide the string in the first position. So here's sort of the roundup on all this. And this is what makes PowerShell a little difficult when you're getting used to it. That will retrieve a list of all processes whose names start with SVC. If you're looking at that, does that kind of make sense? Okay. Except that I don't actually have to type that. Well, all right, now it's getting a little bit more difficult because now I've got to figure out what that string actually belongs to. I am now taking it on me to remember that that's the name and it goes in the first position. So I'm taking on some extra work. Who thinks that the command names are kind of long sometimes? Yeah. So PowerShell has a system of nicknames called aliases. This is a fantastic way to make sure no one can figure out what it is you're doing. I'm not a big fan of it. Now, you know, once you start getting used to it, you start finding aliases that you like, and you want to shorten things up because you're just typing at the command line, you do what you want to do. But do me a favor. If you're going to share something with the public, like on a blog, or if you're going to keep something for long-term use in your organization and put it into a batch file, don't do this. Look, get-p tab, and I can get to process really quickly. If I typed a little bit more, it would get there even faster. -n tab, and it will finish that parameter name for me. In other words, you can spell everything out without a lot of extra typing, and when you spell everything out, it's a lot easier for anyone else to understand what it is you've done. Here's another cool thing about spelling everything out. You can put the parameters in any order you want to if you are spelling out the parameter names. So you no longer have to remember what goes in what order. You don't have to anymore. And that is a huge reason to do it until you really start getting used to some of these commands, because it's less work for you and less opportunity to screw it up. You are going to save yourself a lot of errors if you kind of take that approach. You do not have to type the entire parameter name. You actually only have to type enough so that PowerShell can figure out which parameter you're trying to say. In this case, that would be more than enough for computer name. But if you just hit tab, it'll finish it for you. So why not, you know the tab key is a little larger on your keyboard, so it's a little easier to hit. It's like the space bar. You use it a lot, so it's big. So use the tab key and just let it spell everything out. There's no reason not to. PowerShell version 3 introduces a really cool new trick. And as you start learning new commands, this is a great tool. It's called show command. Give it the name of the command you want it to show. That's all you have to do. And you get a little GUI. And each one of these tabs is one of those parameter sets. So it makes it clear that you're doing this or that because they're separated on these little tabs. You can type whatever you want in here. Let's see, computer name, localhost, and I want to get SVC star as well as anything that starts with C. And let's just copy that to the clipboard, and then I can paste it in, and that's what the command would look like. So if you ever get confused about how the syntax is supposed to go together, think about using show command. You can fill it all in, copy it to the clipboard, and then that's what the command should look like fully spelled out. You'll notice that there's a distinct pattern going on here. Parameter names always start with a hyphen. Commandlets. So what's that command name that I have there? Would everybody agree the command is get process? But that's not how you type it, is it? We all tend to get a little bit lazy and we say get process. We leave out the hyphen in the middle. And so, when you go back to work and you're helping your colleagues kind of get used to PowerShell, remind them that it's kind of a verbal laziness, but it's get dash process. That's actually the command name. And it has to be typed that way. You can't type get space process. It won't work. There has to be a space after the command name. Parameters always start with a minus. It's the parameter's name and then a space again, not a colon, not an equal sign, and then it's the value that goes with it. So here you can see that localhost goes with computer name, and SVC and C go with name. And if you can start getting used to that pattern of typing, you'll run into significantly fewer errors. Especially if you've really been using the command line for a long time. Some commands use a slash, sometimes it's a colon, sometimes it's an equal sign. PowerShell is very consistent about this. Dash, name, space, value. Dash, name, space, value. You can recite that to yourself when you sleep. Kind of a good relaxing technique. Instead of counting sheep, dash, name, space, value. Like a little Buddhist chant or something like that. Just do that a lot until it sinks in. So help is going to be the most important thing in your life. It's going to help you find commands. Thinking purely about the OS, the server OS here, because I don't have Exchange or SQL or SharePoint or any goofy stuff installed. What is some component of the server operating system? What is something you have to configure in the server OS? Maybe when you first set up a server, maybe when you have to go maintain something. What is something you frequently need to do?
Install a role.
Install a role. There you go. Add Windows role, set Windows role, get Windows role, whatever that is. So the help system will help you find the command. It's actually really clever. It looks first at the names of the command. And so this found these because they have the word role in the name. But if it doesn't find a match on the command name, it will do a full text search across the command's descriptions. Now here's a good example. This is so hard to describe without saying the word. What is it when you tell a computer to shut off and then immediately turn back on again? Reboot. Reboot. We all know this. Who said what else?
Restart.
Yeah, Microsoft doesn't like the word reboot because it's very idiomatic, and they have to translate everything into 20 billion languages, and so they tend to use restart, and that's what you see in the GUI as well. But we all know reboot, right? That's kind of what hits the top of your head. Help reboot. Well, it didn't find anything immediately, so it started doing text searches across these things. And you actually probably saw the little status bar, progress bar pop up there briefly, right? You'll see that sometimes. If I say help restart, I'll get a different set of commands. Restart computer, that would be the one that did it. So you do have to kind of know Microsoft lingo a little bit, but the help will search across a lot of different things to try and find you what it is you're after.
So it doesn't look at the synopsis because that really didn't come up with the other one.
Yeah, let's look at help restart computer. And it does have the word reboot. The reason it didn't look for it there is because it found command names that had that already. And if it finds a command name, it will never do the full text search. So help is definitely your friend. Use it with -full so that you're getting all of those examples and all that rich detail about what each and every single parameter is supposed to do. Oops. Here's the name parameter for getProcess. You're confused about what position this should be in? It says so right there. If you're confused about whether this is mandatory, it says so right there. Everything you need to know about a command and every single parameter is in these files. What do you think happens if you forget a mandatory parameter? It gets mad at you. No, it doesn't. It's just a computer. It's not personal. It might hate you, but not mad. Get event log. It's just going to prompt me. Hey, I don't know what log to get. I need the log name. This throws people a lot because you're not expecting a prompt, and so your brain kind of goes into a panic state, and that reptile part of you just wants to hide or get out of here as quickly as possible so no one sees that you messed up. But it's okay. Take a second, read it. It just wants a log name. You know what? If I have no idea, Control-C will always get you your prompt back, and then you can ask for help -full, and then take a, okay, well, there's a log name parameter, and it's not contained in square brackets, so I know it's mandatory. So let's go down and look at -log name. Specifies the event log. Enter the log name. Wildcard characters are not permitted. The parameter is required. So I can kind of work through here and see. This is another really good example of parameter sets. How many parameter sets does this have? Two. Do you notice anything about the second parameter set? What parameters in there do not exist in the first? Well, so what exists in set 2 that isn't in set 1? Yeah, I think as string is unique to the second one. What else? Computer name is in both. List. You will find so much capability by just browsing through the help files. If you don't know what logs you've got to possibly look at, you can run get event log -list, and it will tell you. But unless you had actually looked at the help, you would never figure that out. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to show you guys a lot of commands over the course of the day. I will never show you everything that all those commands can do. We just don't have time. Version 3 of PowerShell sitting here on server 8 has something like 3,000 commands. There's a whole bunch. And you are going to want to read the help. Just every day, pull up the help for some command. Make it your calendar, your word of the day calendar for 3,000 days. And only 10 years. Just browse the help. Don't memorize it, but it'll give you an idea of what your capabilities are. It'll help you figure out what it is you can do, and that's half the battle, really, is figuring out what the command is and what the command can do. Here's a really good example. If I showed you a command, let's see here. If I showed you a command called export CSV, what do you think that does? Exports to a comma-separated values file, right? Do you guys know what a TDF is? Tab delimited format, right? There's other ways you can delimit data in a text file. Tabs, pipes, carriage returns, all kinds of crazy stuff. Looking at the help for this, Do you think that this could also create a tab delimited file? If that's what I needed?
Yes.
Yeah, it could. I conveniently put it right under my cursor to hide it. Because there is a minus delimiter parameter. So I can specify a different delimiter if I don't want it to be a comma. But if I didn't read the help, I'd never know that. I might go running around looking for export TDF or something like that. So getting familiar with what's in these help files will help you solve a lot of problems. Have I beat up the help system sufficiently now? Driven that in? There's another command you're going to find useful called get command. It's very similar to the way the help system works. You can give it wildcards, star, service, star. This will also look at external things. So you can see here on the bottom, I've got a couple applications, services.exe, services.msc. That's the Microsoft Management Console for managing services. So this looks at the whole OS, not just what's in PowerShell. Which leads me to another question. What do you think the PowerShell command is for sending a ping? It's ping. Don't overthink PowerShell. If you already know how to do something from the command line, it will probably work. That's the same ping.exe that you've probably all used for years. It's no different. I'll do trick questions in class sometimes, and it's fun to watch people beat their head against a table. How do you map a drive in PowerShell? Net use. Yeah, same way you've always mapped a drive in PowerShell. There's no difference. You see, when Microsoft started creating this thing, they said, you know, if there's already a command line way of doing it, and it works well, and people know it, well, let's just use that. Let's not reinvent everything.
Now, does that go against your don't use aliases policy?
Nope, because it's not an alias. It's actually net use. It's the same old external utility that's been around since NT 3.1.
Is it just going out into the operating system?
It is just grabbing it, it is running it in a copy of command.exe, it is capturing the output and putting it in the shell. Same as it did with ping.
So all those old commands, netstat,
Everything still works. Yep. There are a couple of commands in PowerShell, for example, that manipulate access control lists, ACLs. They're awful. They're just terrible. And so people say, well, how can I change the permissions of files from the command line? Cackles, or iCackles, or xcackles, or one of the other bazillion variations of that tool. You know, everybody already knows how to use that. Why not use that? It works. Oh, but it's not the PowerShell way. I don't care. I really don't. How many of you are software developers? Okay. And is that your full-time job, or are you more admin, or are you kind of both?
Kind of both.
Kind of both. So you probably know the answer to this then. You ever notice that developers can sit and argue for hours about whether this is the most elegant, beautiful way to do something? And admins are like, look, it worked, bye. Because we're more practical and pragmatic, and a lot of times admins are dealing with fires. This isn't a matter of how elegant it is, it's how can I stop my hair from burning? So PowerShell is very much on the admin side of it. It's practical, it's pragmatic. If you already know how to do something from the command line, it will probably work exactly the same in PowerShell that it did in command.exe. Use that. Microsoft has not tried real hard to replace existing stuff that works fine.
I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, but the Quest AD commandlets, are most of those supported now? I know PowerShell 2 picked up a lot of those, didn't it? And then PowerShell 3 picked
Yeah,
up
so Quest is doing their own thing. It's not so much that whether their commands are supported or not. Microsoft has nothing to do with them. Microsoft has their own set of commands that do something different. So because I'm an MVP, we get to look at a lot of stuff that you don't, and a lot of it's under non-disclosure. And so sometimes I have to remember what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not. Standing here right now, the Active Directory commandlets in this operating system are the same as the ones that you have today in production already. I would not say that that will always be the case. But today, same thing. So we've got some commands. We can use external commands. Now we're ready to start solving problems. How many of you have ever done this? What's that do?
Page.
Page at a time. Yeah, and actually, you know how I told you to use help instead of get help? All help does is it runs get help and pipes it to more. That's really it. So you just get that page at a time display if you need it. I obviously didn't. What's that character in between the two? Pipe. Yeah. So in all shells prior to this one, and I'm talking about command.exe, I'm talking about MS-DOS, I'm talking about bash, C, Bourne, whatever crazy heathen Unix crap you've been using, in all shells prior to this one, pipe took the text output of the first command and shoved it into the second command's standard input channel, because that's how commands were written. PowerShell does not even remotely work that way. It looks like it does at first, but it absolutely does not. So we're going to talk about the secret sauce that makes PowerShell useful. And this is something that, frankly, most folks don't understand very well, so you're going to be amongst the few and the rare. When I run a command like getService, can we all agree that this is a table? Looks like an Excel spreadsheet maybe a little bit, right, if you squint. Got rows and columns. PowerShell, in its head, generated a much larger table. So these are services. What information is missing from this? Well, no, we've got status. That's like the one thing we do have.
CPU usage, memory.
Well, those are processes.
Oh.
So these are configured services. Yeah, what the executable is. Start mode, automatic manual disabled, right? That's not shown here. Well, we've got description. Well, no, we don't have description. You're right, because there usually is a longer text description. Yeah. Logon name, dependent services, required services, that type of stuff. So when I ran the command, PowerShell actually produced that entire table in memory. It just knew that it wouldn't all fit. And so there's a bunch of configuration files that Microsoft ships that tell it, look, if the guy didn't tell you what else to display, just do this. And if he wants more, he can ask you for it. So the first trick is, how do I find out what else I can get? You could go up to Google, but I hate that because it takes time and you wind up on someone's blog. It's probably not mine, so I don't care about that. So look, you've learned 2 must-have commands already, and there's only 3 must-have commands in PowerShell. Help, get command, and get member. Any command that produces output, any command that when you run it, stuff shows up on the screen, can be piped to get member. Get member will show you the data structure that was produced by that command. So we've got to do some terminology stuff here. Because PowerShell was created by the world's largest software development company, which employs like 40,000 software developers, they like to use software developer terminology. So we are going to have to use that terminology. In that table you saw, those were not rows, they were objects. So if you think of an Excel spreadsheet, every row is an object. Every column in that table is a property. And so anything that has the word property in it is a potential column that I could look at. And look, dependent services, services dependent on, service type. I don't see description in there, so it might not let me get to description. No. Those are all the columns you can work with, okay? The other important piece of information on here is at the very, very top of it, and a lot of people ignore this, but I don't want you to. It's right here. Every type of object that can be produced in the shell has its own unique name. Just says this type of object is a service controller. That is hugely important to understanding how PowerShell operates. So let's take a look at something. What will that do? Which process will it stop?
All processes.
All of them. Yeah, actually it won't. It'll probably hit the PowerShell process pretty quickly, stop that, and then it'll quit running. That's what usually happens. Sometimes it'll blue screen your machine too. So it's kind of a gamble. Would you, before we dive into this, this is probably a good trick to show you. Would you say that stopped process is modifying the system state drastically? Any command that modifies the system state will support a minus what if parameter. What if I hit enter? Oh, that's bad. They will also support a minus confirm. Are you sure? No, 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 no to all. What if and confirm? Any command that modifies the system. So almost anything but like a get command. If it's using an action-y type of verb, set, new, kill, destroy, anything like that, it'll have minus what if and minus confirm. But let's go back to this for a second. You all have your little note pen, paper, something to write on? Because I'm going to need you to take notes. We're going to talk about why that works. Because this is not just as simple as PowerShell creating a bunch of text and then sending that off to the next command. It doesn't work like that at all. PowerShell doesn't actually deal with text until the very end of the command line. Whatever's left at the very end will get turned into text because we're humans and that's what we can read. But until then, it's dealing with these data structures called objects. And the magic of why this works is absolutely what makes PowerShell unique. This that we're going to examine is what Microsoft has patents on for this product because it's that unique. Say what you will about software patents, but it is unique enough that they convinced some lawyers who work for the government that it deserved a patent. So, in order to figure out why this works, you have to know something about PowerShell, and it's kind of a simple fact. We looked at commands, right? We've looked at a couple, and they have parameters, right? The only way you can give information to a command is on a parameter. That's it. So when you run this command line, PowerShell has to figure out what parameter of the second command is going to be given the output of the first command. So the first command does something, produces, in this case, a bunch of processes. PowerShell has to take those and figure out which command or which parameter to stick them on the second one. And the first thing it does is it pipes those to get member. What type of object was produced? First line of output, type name. So what type of object did this command produce?
Process.
Yeah, a system.diagnostics.process, but PowerShell really does tend to shortcut things and just it takes the last bit. So get process produces objects of the type process. Write that down. That's what's in the pipeline. So after I run that first command, I have process objects in the pipeline. Now PowerShell needs to see what parameter of the second command it can stick those onto, and so it reads the help. Do you see any parameter that is capable of accepting a process object? So for example, in the first one here, the first parameter set, first parameter is minus ID. Everyone see that? What type of data does that want?
Integer.
An integer, 32-bit integer, a number. All right, so that's not it. Is there one of these that can accept a process object? Yeah. Second parameter set, minus input object, will accept a process. But will it accept it from the pipeline? And that is information contained a little bit lower. There's the input object parameter. It can accept more than one process. Can it accept it from the pipeline? Yes. And specifically, it can accept it using a technique called by value, which means the entire process object is being attached to this. So by value is what PowerShell always looks for first. In this case, it's going to take all those process objects, stick them onto this parameter, and what is that parameter doing? So right there. This parameter tells the command which processes to stop. So whatever processes I put into the pipeline, all of them, they're going to get attached to this from the pipeline by value, and that will tell it which ones I want it to stop. Cool? 9 times out of 10, if your commands have the same noun, this will work. They'll hook up to each other like that most of the time, unless Microsoft messed something up, which is not unheard of. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, maybe. Kinda. I mean, if a service is started, then there is a process associated with it. But if a service isn't started, then there is no process because it's not running. So, a little curious to see what PowerShell does with this, but we're going to walk through how PowerShell attempts to process this command. Same steps as before. First, we need to see what type of object was produced by the first command. How can we do that? Get member. What type of object was produced? A service controller, right on the first line there. Okay? So we know that the pipeline contains service controller objects. Do you see any parameters of the second command that can accept a service controller object? Who says no? No, there aren't. So that means plan A has failed. That little by value trick that we looked at, it's gone. It's over. None of these parameters can take a service controller. They don't know what to do with it. So that whole idea is out the window. Now we're going to do plan B, and it's called by property name. So we need to look at every single parameter of this command and see which ones are capable of accepting pipeline input by property name rather than by value. So there's the first one, minus force. Does it accept pipeline input at all? Nope, let's move on. Minus ID, does that accept pipeline input by property name? Okay, write that down, minus ID. Minus input object, does it accept pipeline input by property name? Nope. It accepts pipeline input, but it does it the other way, and we've already given up on that approach. Minus name. Minus name, write that one down, that's another option. Then we've got pass through, confirm, and what if, none of which accept pipeline input at all. So we've got two options here. What are they? ID and name. Now we need to go back and look at those objects that are in the pipeline again. Get service, get member. Get them all on the screen at once. So our two parameters are ID and name. Does this object have an ID property? No. All right, well, that's not an option anymore. Does it have a name property? Yes, it does. And simply because the property is spelled the same as the parameter, they will match up. That's the extent of the magic. And I know that seems like really, really low tech, but it is literally because the property is NAME and the parameter is NAME that they match up. So the names of the services are going to be attached to the minus name parameter of stop process. Who thinks this is going to end well? Let's just do it this way. I'm getting a lot of errors. And the error says, no process found. I cannot find a process with the name Win Management. Because a service's name does not usually correspond to its actual executable. The process name is the executable. So they're simply not matching up, that's all. But sometimes, I know I saw one, sometimes it'll work. So there is a service whose name is VDS that happens to run as VDS.exe, and because those names matched, it would have killed it.
So these processes that it's grabbed processes that you see running in Task Manager?
No, that's not what we did. We didn't say get process. We said get service.
I mean, but the stop process, it would.
Stop process wants the value that is showing up in Task Manager, yes. This whole approach is what makes PowerShell awesome. Let me show you a really, really cool example of the sheer awesomeness of this approach. This is the new AD user command. What do you think it does? Creates new AD users. Awesome. I love simple command names. It has a few parameters. Now, if you look at these parameters, you'll notice that they're pretty much the same things you would type into the GUI to create a new user. We've got minus city, minus country, minus description, minus display name, minus employee number, all that stuff that you would fill in the console, right? But the full help, the reason I ran this with minus full is because the full help really illustrates the power here. If you look at company and city, do these accept pipeline input? You bet your bippity they do. And they accept it by property name, don't they? So if I can create an object that has a city property, it will attach to that parameter. If it has a company property, it will attach to that parameter. If my object has a description, a logon name, all those other properties, if I can create an object that has those, they will attach to those parameters. You guys know what a CSV file is, right? We talked about it earlier. Yes, let's create a new file here. And let's make the font a little bigger so you can all play along. Let's see. SAM account name, name, city, title, department. That's good for now. Greg is my business partner. He usually doesn't fare well. Let's see. Save that. The import CSV command is going to read that CSV file and parse it. Every single row of data becomes an object, and my column headers become property names. You see where I'm going with this? If I wanted to create new users, that's all I'd have to do. The more columns you put, the more data will be populated.
Can you use a what if on that?
I could use a what if on this. It would still fail because this isn't the domain controller, and I don't actually have a DC. Yeah.
Does it also look at data type, or is it just match property name and tribe?
Purely matching property name. PowerShell will try to munge it, right? So if one of these wanted a number and I was giving it a string, PowerShell would try to cast it, but it could fail if it wasn't castable. You know what though? I got to tell you something. This is not very realistic, and I want to show you guys something that's not very realistic. Let's say that you did have this type of a CSV file. Where in the company is the CSV file likely to originate? HR maybe, but somewhere from HR. Are they going to get it right? No, of course not, because they're HR. They're going to do, what are they going to do? They're going to look at this and say, you know what, there's no one named Sam. That can't be right. Let's just take that out. There. So now when I run that, oops. Now I don't have my SAM account name property. Can you create a user in Active Directory with no SAM account name?
No.
Yeah, you can. The first time. Because the first time it's unique. That person will never be able to log on. But it's totally, totally legal to have one blank SAM account name account in your Active Directory. And we're going to take a little aside here, and I'm going to point out that the difficulty in using PowerShell is not the syntax. That's what everyone gets hung up on, is the syntax, because it's so much typing, and that's where you're going to make typos, and that's where a lot of your errors are going to come from. The tricky business in PowerShell is that you have been hidden, you have been protected from the actual operating system by intelligent GUIs for so long that you probably do not know a lot of what the actual technology is doing, like the fact that Active Directory will totally let you make one account with a blank SAM account name. You will run that, you'll pipe it to new AD user, and the first one will work. Then you'll get an error on the second one because you already have an account with a blank SAM account name, and that will be the error, duplicate account name, and you're going to look at it and go, what? So the real trick in PowerShell is that you are operating at a very, very low level, and you've never operated at that level before, so you're going to have to learn some new things about the technologies you manage. That's not PowerShell's fault. It's not making it more difficult, it's giving you more access. Leave me alone. Bloody activate when I want to, you stupid beta. If it shuts down, I'll switch back to Windows 2008, which is a domain controller. Oh, it's... Okay, fine, restart in an hour. Until then, go away. So anyway, keep that in mind. And I'll point something else out. Most of the organizations that I work with that have got really experienced PowerShell people, those guys and gals are the smartest IT people I have ever met. Not because they know PowerShell, but because they know a lot more about the technology they're managing. PowerShell is just a symptom of that. So if you can force yourself to do well with this, you will be a better IT person because you will know more. Troubleshooting becomes much easier when you're this close to under the hood. You have a question?
You kind of answered it. Like, this is my number one fear about using PowerShell, the
Yeah.
damage you could do.
Oh, totally.
So I was going to say there's a sandbox, but I guess the what if is what you got to get used to.
And there is a sandbox. That's why God made virtual machines. Most of my customers have VMware Workstation or something like it, and they will just P2V a production machine, and then they've got a little sandbox version that they have host-only networking so it can't talk to the rest of the network, and they snapshot it, and they beat up on it. I'm going to show you one more thing, and then I'm going to shut this VM down because it's going to tick me off. We could fix this problem by editing the CSV every time HR gave it to us, but that sounds a lot like work, and I don't like work. If we can get HR to at least consistently screw up, screw up the same way, here's what we can do. I'm going to ask PowerShell to modify what came out of that CSV file. I'm going to start by telling it, look, give me everything that's already there, because most of it's good, but I also want you to create a SAM account name property, and I want you to populate it with whatever was in the old account name column. So I can have PowerShell manipulate that data and then pipe it to new AD user. Nifty, yeah? Horrible syntax. And we're going to dive into what all that is and what it means in a little bit. But you can get the shell to do this for you. You can manipulate all this. And I want to point out something I did as I go to shut this down. How do you think you shut this down? Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to quit. Yeah, whatever. Do it anyway. Ugh, it hates me. I hate this start screen too. No, it isn't. There it is. The cool thing about PowerShell, by the way, let's get my real VM up and running. the neat thing about PowerShell, and the reason that they did this whole verb noun thing for the commands, is because it's consistent. Microsoft actually manages the list of allowed verbs. There's about 30 or so, and probably maybe a dozen that you see a lot. Stop, start, pause, get, new, set, things like that. So if you were an Exchange person, what do you think the command would be to get all the mailboxes? Get mailbox, yeah. That right there is why they did that. Because once you make that guess, you can use the help system to see if you were right. So it makes it very easy to guess what the command names are. You don't have to browse around trying to hunt them down or anything else. And I'll tell you another really cool trick. And almost nobody knows this. A native command in PowerShell is called a commandlet. It's a made-up word. It has never been used anywhere else in the world of technology. Do you know why they made up a word? Why didn't they just call them commands? Google. That word only goes with PowerShell. If you punch that in as part of your Google, you will only get PowerShell results. Because that word has no meaning outside of PowerShell. No one uses it outside of PowerShell. They made up a word for search engine optimization. It's the cleverest thing in the universe that they thought of that. That was Snover's idea also. It's just really cool bit of trivia, but it's actually quite useful. Let's take about a 10-minute break. It's 10:15. Let's pause for a couple of minutes. We'll come back at 10:20 in 10 minutes, 10:25. So the restrooms are just out the door to the right. There's still coffee there. They're probably going to come take the coffee soon, so load up. And I'm going to pause my little recording action. All right, let's pop open PowerShell over here on the machine that will not reboot every 30 seconds. You guys notice the scroll bar across the bottom of the console window here? The horizontal scroll bar? Learn to hate that. Because what happens is PowerShell output will sometimes write a line, and you'll run a command 50 times and you'll wonder why it's not producing any output. And it's producing lots of it. You just can't see it because it's off the right-hand side of your console. So the way to get rid of that is to hit the properties here, and on the layout, make sure that the two width things are identical. And you can even see in the little preview when I hit this that the preview scroll bar goes away, and now PowerShell will size all the output properly for that window width. I hate the horizontal scroll bar a lot. I've gotten tripped up by it. Every student always gets tripped up by it, so just kind of keep that in mind. All right, so we've looked at cool pipeline tricks. You know, this business of piping things from one place to another is something that you definitely pick up with practice, the more you do it. I would suggest that anytime you are grabbing someone else's examples and you're looking at them, if there's a bunch of pipeline stuff going on, take a minute or 10 or 20 to explain to yourself why it works the way it does. What is being piped? What is PowerShell doing? You do that 5 or 6 times and it'll start to become kind of second nature, and that's when you'll be able to start really manipulating this thing. Let's look at some of the core commands that you're going to use all the time in that type of a scenario. Let's see. I want to get a list of the top 5 processes by paged memory utilization, the ones that are using the most memory. So what command might I start with? How can I retrieve a list of processes, period? Process. Okay, so which, I have this column here, PM, page memory. It's being displayed in kilobytes. So which are the biggest 10? How can I make this easier on you? All right, so let's pipe those to a command called sort object and sort it on that PM property. All right, is that easier? All right. So, you know, if I go back up to the top here, which are the 10 biggest? Oh, okay. You know what? Let's put them in descending order. Okay, now which are the 10 biggest? You're still working too hard. Let's just select the first 10. So these are two commands, sort and select, that can be very, very useful in manipulating what's in the pipeline. Because they use the generic noun object, I know that they'll work with anything. Get mailbox, sort on size, descending order, select the top 100, move to another server. You can construct a lot of really, really cool custom tasks in one line. This would have taken, I don't know, 30 or 40 lines of VB script just to write the sort routine. So PowerShell giving you these little blocks that you can plug together and create whatever scenario you want is really where its value lies. You're not trapped in whatever some Microsoft developer thought you would need to do, and that's what they put into the GUI. You can do whatever you want to do. And that's really, really where a lot of its capability comes from.
Did you turn your recordings back on?
I did. It is recording. We'll just double check. Yep, it's recording. But I frequently forget, so thank you. There's a bunch of different object commands. Remember I told you about get command earlier? And I said this is one of the ones you're going to want to be friends with? Here's why. It's got a minus verb and a minus noun parameter, and I can tell it to only show me commands that use that noun. So there's all the different things I can do generically with an object. We've already seen select. We've seen sort in action. Select can do a couple of things. If we go back to that command, in addition to having it select the first 10 rows, I can tell it what properties I want to see. Just give me the name, the ID, the PM, and the VM. Again, spelling everything out, using all the parameter names makes it a little easier to tell what's happening. There's shorter ways I could type all this, but you know, I'm a pretty speedy typist, so, and if you're not, you will be by the time you get good at PowerShell. Anybody a really good touch typist? Yeah? Do you have the old clackety-clack keyboards? I used to love those, the IBM ones with the huge springs in them. Get yourself...
You just got hired, you brought it to work.
Yeah, the people who have those, guard them, because you can't buy them anymore. They don't make them anymore. So get yourself a keyboard you're really comfortable with, because you're going to be using it a lot.
Can you sort by more than one object, like sort by this first and then by this?
Can I sort by more than one thing? I don't know. Does the sort command's property parameter take more than one?
I think so.
Yep, that's what those two square brackets jammed against each other means, that it will take more than one. So yeah, it would be a comma-separated list of properties, sort by one and then the other. Yep. Read the help. You know, the first PowerShell book I wrote was Windows PowerShell TFM. You guys know the acronym RTFM? Yeah, the friendly manual. So that's what the TFM was. We were trying to really read the help. RTFM. What else can we do with PowerShell? How many of you exercise change control and change management in your environment? You do at least change reporting, right? PowerShell will do it for you if you want it to. Let's keep with processes because they're kind of simple. I'll show you what I mean. Get process. PowerShell has this built-in XML format called Command Line Interface XML, CLI XML. It's a great way of persisting a set of objects to a text file, basically. So that's my current processes. Now, would you agree that on a server, you're typically going to always have the same processes running all the time? I mean, maybe there's some variation depending, but if a new process shows up, that's something you want to know about. Maybe something that should not ever be on a server, for example. Here's what's going on here. How many of you remember algebra? How many of you remember it fondly? not me. Man. I actually stayed out of IT for a long time because they always told me, well, you can't do computers unless you know math. I'm like, then screw it. It turns out that's not true, but I do remember parentheses. What do parentheses mean in algebra? Do that first. It means the same thing here. So this entire parenthetical command is going to run first, and whatever it produces as output is going to get jammed into that parameter. And then I have another one, don't I? Right here. So whatever this produces is going to get jammed into that parameter. Now I'm comparing two sets of processes, the ones from that XML file and the ones that are currently running. Processes are constantly changing, right? Memory, CPU, all kinds of stuff. I don't care about any of that. What are two things about a process that should never change during its life? Its name and? Well, its executable is kind of its name, I guess. It's ID, right? It's PID. I'm just going to tell it to compare the names. I don't want it to, by default, if you let this command just go, it will try to compare everything, and there's going to be a million differences because the CPU will change, the memory will change. Let's just look at the name. And you can see, I actually have a little extra one here now. Look at the side indicator. It's supposed to be an arrow. It's pointing to the right because that's the difference side. So these exist on the difference side, and they did not exist on the reference side, my baseline. I have customers who have a batch file with about 300 or 400 of these commands, and they simply compare all kinds of different configuration settings across the OS. And if it produces no output, then nothing changed, and they have nothing to worry about. They actually have their help desk check this on a weekly basis. Where's one place in a modern network that you can stick things if you want users or the help desk or anyone else to be able to get to it? Where's a convenient place to publish information? It's not SharePoint. Intranet, more broadly speaking, right? Well, if I'm going to put it on the intranet, what format does it need to be in? HTML. HTML on the screen. Where would that HTML be a little bit more useful? Yeah, in a browser, which means I need to get into a file, don't I? There we go. It's not the most beautiful HTML in the world, but it's HTML. You know how I could make that a little more pretty if I wanted? HTML is designed for formatting instructions to live in a separate file. So the pretty part lives in something called a cascading style sheet, or CSS. Do you think there's a way to attach a CSS to this? Not through Designer. We're not using a GUI. Do you see a way to attach a CSS? CSS URI. URL right there. This is my point about it's really important to read the help files, because if you want to accomplish something, odds are it will do it. You just need to figure out the parameter to make it do it. So it turns out I can put a title on this thing. I can specify content to appear before and after the information. You can really, really get very, very custom-y with this and create fairly impressive looking results. One of the magazines I write for is called TechNet Magazine. And I strongly suggest, if you are in the business of producing reports for people, that you get up there and you go to technetmagazine.com, you take a look at my Windows PowerShell column, and I teach you how to use this second parameter set, minus fragment, to go look at a whole bunch of different things on a server, produce a bunch of HTML lists and tables, and slam them all together into one report that you then attach to an email. And you can do it in 2 or 3 commands. Not a bunch of programming at all. So there's a lot of capability built into this thing with all these different little commands that it can run. PowerShell also has the ability to compare information. It has an entire set of comparison operators for that. How many of you have done any kind of scripting or programming, even back in school? Okay. So what's the operator in most programming languages, or even in math? You all said you remembered algebra. What's the comparison operator for greater than? Yeah, the little angle bracket? Yeah. Less than is that. Equal? Yeah, we have a whole symbol for all that too. So does everybody remember these as comparison operators? Yeah? Great. Reach into that part of your brain and take it out. That's gone. Forget that. Delete this piece of information. In addition to help on commands, PowerShell has these about files. If you're in Canada, they're called the boot files. And they're kind of PowerShell's operating manual. They cover all the things that aren't related to a particular command, like comparison operators. So if we say help about comparison operators, we can see that we've got operators like -EQ, NE, -GT. So all these comparison operators start with a dash and then a little 2-letter code. Let's just play with some of them. True or false? False. Good. This is just making sure everyone's awake. False. PowerShell is case insensitive for string comparisons. If you need a case-sensitive comparison, there's a version of all of these that starts with C for case-sensitive. Yeah. Here's a good one. Anybody know any SQL? Yeah? What's the comparison operator in SQL if you want to use wildcards for a string comparison? Like. It's the same in PowerShell. Minus C-like for case sensitive, if you want to do that. 5 is greater than 10, 5 is less than 10. So that's how all those comparison operators map out, and you can read all about them in About Comparison Operators. So there's a help file for that. Let's put these to use in the command line. What do you think that will do?
Only show the services that are running.
Yep, only show services that are running. Exactly. Where object is a filtering commandlet. It is designed to take whatever you pipe in, right? That's why it uses the generic noun object. Whatever you pipe in, it's going to run that filter script. And the filter script tells it the criteria for keeping something in the pipeline. Anything that meets that criteria gets output to the next command. Anything that doesn't meet the criteria is never heard from again, buried in the desert, voted off the island. The way you specify your criteria is to use the special $_ placeholder. That is it's getting near that season. You guys seen a tax form before? Yeah, so you have to fill in all the blanks. That's all that is. It's a little fill in the blank that PowerShell knows to fill in, and it fills it in with whatever you piped into the command. So in this case, because I was piping in service objects, $_ represents an entire service. Now, a service has a lot of things. Name, description, display name, status. I didn't want to look at all of those things. I only wanted to look at a piece of the service. And in math, what symbol means a piece of something? A fraction. Decimal point, right? So that's what I used. I don't want the whole thing, I just want a piece of it, and the piece I want is its status. And I'm going to compare that to the string running, and if they match, keep it. If they don't match, vote it off the island. Make sense? Kind of uglyish syntax, but there it is. Those curly brackets are mandatory. They have to be curly brackets. They can't be anything else. You will almost never see people type all that, though. And this is the bit where I have to show you the ugliness of the real world. What you will typically see is that filter script being passed positionally. So they just omit the parameter name. And instead of where, they'll often use the alias. So instead of the whole commandlet name where object, you'll just get the alias piece. And if they're being particularly lazy, they might have typed an alias for get service too. And if they were feeling really lazy, they might have used that alias for where object. Now no one knows what you're doing. But there it is. You know, what if you ran across that on the intertubes? You know, you're looking at a question mark, like crying out loud, GSV question mark, exclamation point, caret star, wow. How could you find out what GSV actually meant? If you ask for help on an alias, it will show you the real command. Anybody with some Unix experience? Yeah, a little bit. You probably know this one though. Unix doesn't use a help command. The command is what? Man. PowerShell will work with that. I don't like it because it's a little gender biased. And in today's world, we need to be sensitive to those things. But PowerShell actually makes up for that. Because I could have also run get alias GSV, and that would have shown me that it's an alias for get service, and it has an alias called gal. And that balances things. So now it's good. In fact, if you want to see a list of all the aliases that are defined in the shell, you can just run get alias, and it will list them all for you. Do you think you can make your own? Yeah, sure you can. Do you think you can delete the ones that are built in? Yeah, sure you can. It's your computer. Here's the trick with PowerShell. Every single time you open a new window, it's a fresh game. Everything starts in the same place. Nothing you do to the aliases or to anything else is permanent. It only affects this window. If I had a different PowerShell window open and I deleted a bunch of aliases in there, it wouldn't affect this one at all. So keep that in mind. We're going to talk about a way to have things happen automatically. So if there's something you want to be in place every single time, you can make that happen. Now, I asked you guys earlier, what's the command to get files and folders listings? Dir. Change directories? CD. Delete a file? Del. Rename a file? RN. You guys have learned and memorized, really, a set of completely arbitrary commands used to manage a hierarchical database. Sounds fancy, non-intuitive, because frankly my mother would never think of dir. That's pretty old school. You know, database, it is a database. It's not a really fancy database, but the file system stores data. It's a database, and it's a hierarchy, right? Subfolders and subfolders and subfolders. Are there any other hierarchical databases in Windows? Active Directory, certainly. What else? Where do we keep all the configuration data? The registry. And it's always bugged me that, you know, as an admin, I know all these commands. Why do I have to learn a whole separate set of commands for the registry or for Active Directory? Why can't I just say, look, go to HKLM and give me a listing of keys and change to the software key and give me a listing there and del star-rec. Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I got carried away. The point is with PowerShell, you can. It's about learning something once and applying that to as many different things as possible. And that is made possible by something called a PS provider. And a PS provider is basically an adapter. It makes some form of storage look like a disk drive. So I've got one for the registry. PowerShell stores its own aliases this way. There's an alias drive. How do you think I would delete an alias? Del. Just delete it from the alias drive. I've got file system. That's good. Environment variables. Functions, certificate store. WSMan is cool. That's for PowerShell's remoting technology, which we're going to talk about. So you can get to all these things as if they were disk drives. The provider is just the adapter. If you run get ps drive, you can see the providers that have been attached to some particular form of storage. So I've got my A, C, and D drive. I've got 2 registry drives, current user and local machine, variables, aliases, and so forth. And all of these are just drives. Dir alias. There's all my aliases. Dir environment. There's my environment variables. What's the DOS command to display the contents of a text file? Type. Cat on Unix. Either works. You can also use get content, which is the actual PowerShell command, or GC, which is sort of a PowerShell alias. Type, GC, cat, get content, all exactly the same thing. If I know that this can display the contents of a text file, and I know that my environment variables are exposed as files and folders, how could I display the contents of the computer name environment variable? Any guesses? I'll give you a book.
Use parentheses to get the command first.
Don't need parentheses. Look, it even does tab completion. Neat, yeah? They're just drives. I'm going to load up another module that's on this computer because this is a domain controller. See anything new? There's an AD drive. Good thing to do on your last day of work. It'll be your last day of work. Get resume out printer. But the point is that a lot of different things can be attached as drives, and when you add things into the shell, it can give you more capabilities to attach to other forms of storage. So let's talk about this whole adding things into the shell, shall we? How many of you have ever used this tool? Yeah. I just opened a blank one. What good is this? Useless, right? What do I have to do to make it useful? I add snap-ins. Let's just generically call those extensions. But PowerShell does the same thing. There are 2 types of PowerShell extension. The first type was introduced with PowerShell version 1. You will see it used less and less going forward, but there's still some out there. It's called a PS snap-in. And if I look for the list of registered ones, it will show the ones that are installed on my computer, but not loaded into memory. So I've got one called Windows Server Backup. This is how you find out what's on your computer. That's how you load it into memory, right? Like add, remove, snap-in in the MMC. And this is how you find out what commands just got added to the shell. Notice anything about these command names? Anything consistent about them? Yeah, they all start with WB. Which is Windows Backup, not Warner Brothers. And the reason for that, you'll find that with the exception of Exchange, every time you load an extension, the commands added by that extension will have some prefix on the noun. And it's just to set them apart. So that if I have another, there's a lot of things called policies, right? We have a lot of different policies. These are specifically Windows Backup policies. If I have other extensions that modify other types of policies, the command names won't conflict because this noun kind of sets these apart. The only reason Exchange doesn't have get-ex mailbox is because they hadn't thought of that when they shipped Exchange. So they just kind of missed the boat, or got on the boat too early, depending on how you look at it. So that's the first type of extension. The second type, which is introduced in version 2 and is what you will see more of going forward, is called a module. That's how you find out which ones are on your computer. That's how you load it into memory. And that's how you find out what commands it added.
You have to load that every time you open a window?
You have to load it every time you open a new PowerShell session. Yes, you do. Now, in PowerShell version 3, there is something called module auto-discovery, meaning PowerShell does not require you to manually load a module. It looks like all modules are loaded all the time. If you ask for help, it will search modules for commands. If you try to run a command that's not loaded, it'll just go ahead and load it. But in version 2, you have to explicitly do it.
Unless you create a profile.
We haven't got there yet, though. You don't know about that.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Is that true? Yeah. The snap-ins will have to be loaded each time.
Snap-ins have to be loaded each time. Yep, absolutely. How do you think you get these on your computer?
Some come with the application when you install it, probably.
Yeah, some do. It's more or less the same way that you would get the graphical management console. All right, if you're sitting down at your little happy Windows 7 computer and you want to install the Exchange management console, you go get the Exchange DVD, you stick it in the drive, and you do an admin tools install, right? It's pretty much always been like that. And that will drop these commands on there too, especially now since in many products the GUI is just running those commands under the hood. It needs the commands there in order for the GUI to even work. But when was that? Anybody rebuilt their admin machine, your machine? You rebuilt your workstation recently, anyone? Not recently. Recently? How long did it take you to get it all set up the way you like it?
Still doing it.
Yeah. And by the time you get done, it'll break and you can start over. Yeah. It used to really infuriate me because I would have guys working for me who, you know, please go do this. I can't rebuilding my machine. Again, still, it's a huge waste of time. Microsoft wants to end all that. And they're starting with Windows 8. Beginning with the Windows 8 world, you're not going to install your admin tools on your computer anymore. You don't need to anymore. You might install the GUI, but the GUI is just going to be what it is. It's a little extra download. Maybe you'll set that up. Maybe you won't. You're going to leave everything on the server. And you're going to use a technology called remoting. So we are going to play with remoting. Remoting is the single coolest Windows PowerShell feature there is. It is the most important Windows PowerShell feature there is. How many of you think you will have some Windows 8 on your network someday? You will be using remoting. You know, it used to be, I used to give this talk before Windows 8 was even public, and there's always someone in the room, because it's a communications protocol, and you have to open a firewall port. How many of you have security people in your company? Yeah, so they're going to be a pain in the ass about that, aren't they? Well, here's the good news. They don't have a choice. Saying, well, we're not sure if we're going to use remoting is like, we're not sure if we're going to use Ethernet. Yeah, you are. You're going to have to, because it's the only way to make the computers talk to each other. Today, when you've got a management tool that needs to talk to a server, what protocol does it use? Everything. RPCs, which are a total pain in the neck to get through firewalls. Some of them use random made-up protocols that some developer dreamed up one night and spewed out the next day. It's completely all over the place. Going forward, that stops. Starting with Windows 8 and the products in that generation, everything will use one protocol and one protocol only. Oops. And that protocol is WS-MAN. So let's talk about what this does, because you are going to be using it. In the world of WS-MAN, you basically have a system that looks something like this. You've got a service called WinRM. This installs along with PowerShell. So if you've got PowerShell, you've got WinRM. Take a look at the services that are running on your computer sometime. You'll see it. On client computers, it might be disabled by default in the current versions of Windows. So we're going to have to turn it on. WinRM communicates with the network using a protocol called Web Services for Management. You know the neat thing about this protocol? It's not a Microsoft protocol. It is an industry standard protocol. There are RFCs for it and everything. What does that mean? It means other operating systems can use it too. In fact, Microsoft is producing a reference implementation of WinRM for Unix, open sourcing it and everything, so that anybody who wants to use this protocol for management can do so. Now, here's how this kind of works. It's like a traffic cop. You've got this WinRM service. Stop that. And then you've got multiple different applications on your computer. You've got a little PowerShell action. Maybe you've got Exchange, I guess. Maybe SharePoint. When the communications come into WinRM, it looks to see what endpoint or what application that communication is for, and it routes it to the appropriate location. So one port to rule them all. One port that you have to open in the firewall. One set of security settings to manage. One central policy for all communications. By default, that port is 5985. Who likes encryption? Yeah? You want to encrypt your management traffic? No problem. It also works on 5986, which is SSL. HTTPS. Nice, easy protocol. Flows through firewalls like a dream. Goes through proxy servers quite well too. So if you need to get to something that's on your DMZ and that traffic's being proxied, guess what? HTTP loves proxy servers. It's a great protocol for getting across the network. So let's see how this thing gets used. First, you have to turn it on. At least in the current generation of Windows. Windows Server 8 comes with it on. But you're going to run around and get it running everywhere. So here we go. Enable PS remoting. Yes, I'm sure. I'm very, very sure. Doesn't hurt to run it again. I've already got it set up. Boom. Done. Mission accomplished. What this has done is in that list right there. It starts the WinRM service, sets it to run automatically, creates a hole in the Windows firewall for port 5985, sets up WinRM to listen on port 5985. It does not set up SSL by default. That's a separate step if you want that. So this sets up just plain HTTP on 5985, and it registers PowerShell as an endpoint, which means WinRM now knows to direct incoming traffic for PowerShell to PowerShell.exe. Who's excited about running around to all your computers and typing enable PS remoting? Because by the way, you have to be an admin to do it. No? Would you like to know a faster way? It's a new technology called InternNet. You get a college kid, don't pay him, and have him run around the office typing enable PS remoting. Or if you want, you can do it with group policy too.
Can you use PSExec to do it?
No, you don't need PSExec. Use group policy. You're going to get rid of PSExec. You're going to use this instead. You're going to like it a lot better. Once it's set up, you've got two ways of using it. Two. The first is kind of PowerShell's version of SSH. Let's see. I need to get my computer name for the other machine. I think it's the same as this one with one different character. Yeah. All right. We'll just use this one. Enter PS session, computer name. Notice my prompt changed? That tells me I'm on a remote computer. Now look, this is the thing that's going to really, really hose you. It does it to everybody. What I have done is authenticated to that remote computer using Kerberos, because we're in the same domain. So this is an authenticated connection, and my credential as administrator, see it in the title bar, my credential has been delegated to that remote copy of PowerShell. So whatever I ask it to do, it's going to do as me. It's like I went to the console, logged on, and ran the command. That means this is security transparent. No extra permissions. Whatever I'm allowed to do, I can do. If I do something that would normally be audited, it will still be audited. It's just me. But for security reasons, my credential cannot be delegated again. The remote copy of PowerShell cannot delegate my credential a second time. So if you are looking at a prompt that has a computer name, you cannot execute any remoting commands from here because your credential can't go with them over that second connection. That's what messes people up a lot. If I try, I'll get an error message. In order to get back to my local shell, I simply run exit. Notice the prompt changed. That tells me I'm back local. So once you're remoted into a remote machine, you can run whatever commands you want to, hit enter, it occurs, and you're good to go.
So that would include accessing network drives as well?
Yep, it does include accessing network drives. If you are on machine B and you want to map a drive to machine C, that's the second hop and that's no good.
Yeah, that's messing me up already.
Yeah, that messes everybody up. You want to know how to fix it? You want to know how to enable the second hop? It's actually quite easy. On your WSMan drive, go to localhost, service, I think, auth. You need to turn on CRED SSP, which can also be done through group policy. CRED SSP, excuse me, is an alternate protocol for authentication. Still perfectly safe, but it enables multi-hop delegation. You can also configure Active Directory's Kerberos policy to limit how many hops things can go. So you can get more than one, but less than 5 billion. So that's how you turn that on. You notice that, yeah.
So if I wanted to have multiple sessions kicked off on a single server, I'd have that multiple windows for each one of those?
Nope. God, it's so much more beautiful than that. Let me get back to my C drive before I damage something. A couple of quick notes before we go there, because that is the cool place. If you and the machine you're remoting to are in the same domain, this just works. It's like Apple made it. However, how many of you have multiple domains? Okay. How many of you have machines that aren't in a domain? Okay. In any situation other than we're all in the same domain, you have to take a few extra steps. Take a pen and write that on your arm, because that help file contains every step-by-step instruction you need for every weird scenario. Help about remote troubleshooting. You do have to read it and follow its instructions, but they're in there. Running as administrator, enabling remoting, enabling it via group policy, setting up listeners via group policy, setting up the firewall exception via group policy, setting the startup type via group policy, recreating the default configuration in case you mess it up, how to provide alternate credentials, how to enable it for non-admins, other domains, proxy servers. It's all in here. So this is the answer to all of those questions about configuration. Oops. Now, who thinks it's cool that you can remote into one server and run commands? Sure it is. Who thinks it'd be more fun if you could do it to 20 servers simultaneously? That's what you're talking about, right? I got it.
We're using a scheduler to pick off multiple sessions to get to every one of those blocks to pick off the backup software.
Sure.
We use PSexec.
Sure. Screw PSexec. Get rid of it. Love Mark Russinovich, but don't need it anymore. Give it as many computer names as you want. Hundreds. I don't care. In fact, you want to see a really cool trick? This will probably break everything on my computer, but I don't care because I like you guys that much. I don't know, that's kind of lame. But I want to run get service on every computer in my entire domain. Give it as many computers as you want to. What that command is doing is retrieving all the computers in the domain. That hopefully seemed obvious to you. That's what the minus filter star is, everybody. Because that produces an entire computer object, I've got to do something extra with it. The computer name parameter just wants a name. It doesn't want a whole computer object. So select expand name is just getting the contents of all those name properties and sticking it in computer name. It's just faster than me manually typing, you know, how many computers do you have in your domains? More than 2? Yeah, if it's more than 2, this is easier than typing them all. So,
Why isn't it just select dash property name?
because if I selected the property, I would still have an object that has a name property. This gets the contents. I wish it was called extract property,
Yeah.
but it actually does some other things that name makes sense. So, God, I hope this doesn't completely explode. Woohoo! Yeah, so I've got a couple machines that aren't turned on, but that ran that command on every single one of those computers.
So is PowerShell installed on everyone's?
PowerShell has to be installed on them all, and remoting has to be enabled on them all. Which, again, in Server 8 is the default, so you might as well run around and start doing that on everything else. There's an extra column here called PS computer name. That's the name of the computer that each of these things came from. So I can sort by that, I can group things out by that. If I want to separate them out by computer, I can do all sorts of cool stuff. Now there's a trick. It will only talk to 32 computers simultaneously by default. You can change that. If you look at the help for invoke command, you will find a throttle limit. Defaults to 32. You can bump it up if you want to. Here's the deal with this. Every simultaneous remote connection requires my computer to have a separate PowerShell process running. In other words, if I run this against the maximum number of machines, I'll have 33 copies of PowerShell running. If I give it too many machines, the rest of them will just queue up, and as it finishes some, it will go get the next one, and it will get through them all eventually. If you've got a workstation, or if you're running this off of a server and it's got quad socket 8-core processors and 128 gigs of RAM, which everybody should have as their desktop, frankly. If you've got juice to burn, pump that puppy up. Microsoft has tested this with queues of 25,000 computers, and then they ran out of computers. So it's pretty scalable.
Did you say this is PowerShell 3?
No, 2. All works in 2. This is PowerShell 2. I think. Yep. It's 2.0.50727.5420. PS version right there. So this is all 2. And remember, this is the communications I told you worked between 2 and 3. So I can sit here on my machine with 2 and send commands to machines running 3, and it's all joyful. It'll work. Who thinks it's cool? Yeah, of course it is. Have you seen the new Windows 8 Server Manager? Anybody glance at that yet? You can create pools of servers, and you can say, okay, I want to take these 10 servers, and I want to install IIS on them all. That's how it does it. So in the new Brave world, you're going to have a GUI running on your Windows 8 client computer, and you're going to click buttons in that GUI and icons and tree views and all sorts of stuff, and it's just going to use remoting to send that command to the server, and the server will execute it because that's what servers do. And then the results will come back, and the GUI will turn those results into more icons and tree views and GUI crap. Neat? You don't have to install all the commands on your computer. Just let them live on the server and send the command and let the server do the processing. Really, really powerful kind of way of looking at things. Remoting is a mandatory part of this. Windows 8 actually has the ability to go discover non-configured servers
so that you can see them in Server Manager on your client and start configuring them. So the new way of installing a server is to take it into the server room, rack it, use Windows Deployment Services to deploy a copy of Windows to it, sit down at your desktop and configure it all remotely. Get its IP address set, whatever else, join the domain, install software, all remotely. No touching the server anymore, headless. That's why Microsoft wants to take the GUI off the server. You don't need it there anymore, you just need these commands. The GUI can run on your computer. Cool stuff? Looking ahead a bit to version 3, let me tell you something else you can do with this remoting. So what I've done is connected to an endpoint, right? It's a definition that says, here's a copy of PowerShell, and go for it. You can connect to it. By default, only admins can do this, by the way. This whole remoting thing is limited to members of the administrators group, so your domain admins, basically. You can turn it on for others if you want to, but by default. In PowerShell version 3, you can actually run a command to create a new endpoint. So one server, or even a client computer, can have as many endpoints configured as you want. Every endpoint can have different restrictions. So when you remote into Office 365's cloud, you're not getting a whole copy of PowerShell. You're getting the dumbed down version that they want you to have. You can create your own dumbed down version of PowerShell. Apply a security descriptor that lets regular users, or maybe members of the HR team or whoever else, let them connect to it. And you can have the endpoint run commands under a separate set of credentials. So think about this for a second. You guys like the idea of delegated administration? Yeah, let other people do your work for you? I love that idea. So Sally out here is a member of the HR group. Do you think we give her the ability to create new Active Directory users? Heck no. Where would that end? But if I create a little endpoint out here and it runs under admin credentials, and I say, Sally, I'm going to let you connect to that endpoint, but when you do, you're only going to get a limited set of commands that I decide, and you're only going to be able to use certain parameters of those, and I'm going to hard code some of the rest of them or do some logic to fill those in, but you're not going to touch them. Now, she doesn't have to have permission to create users because it's going to be created using an admin credential, but she can still make the process happen. Really powerful stuff. So you can actually do all that in version 2 today, but it requires some .NET coding. It's a little bit difficult. It's all pure, just run a command to set it up in version 3. And you can have as many of these things as you want to. Really, really awesome stuff. Questions about remoting?
Explain again what exactly you mean by an endpoint. That's a group or that's a...
An endpoint is a configuration item on a computer. So when I connect to WinRM, when I say, hey, I want to connect to that computer, I actually have to tell it what endpoint I want to connect to. Now, I haven't been doing that because I've been connecting to the default one, which is just plain old PowerShell. But if you were to look at those commands help again, let's see if I can find it. That's where I could specify the name of a different configuration of PowerShell or endpoint that I wanted to connect to. So it's almost like on a single machine. I'm going to allow you to connect to a full copy of PowerShell, and that's one endpoint. But I've set up another endpoint that only does Exchange stuff, and that's what you're allowed to connect to. And I've got another endpoint that only does Active Directory stuff, and you can connect to that one. And it's just a configuration of what PowerShell is allowed to do. And one physical box can have as many of those little configurations set up as you want.
You say you have to jump through more hoops in PowerShell 2.
Yeah, today it's a little hoopy. In version 3, it's a command you run to set one up.
And version 3 is still in beta?
Version 3 will ship with Windows 8.
And it will run on 2008, but not 2009?
It will run on 2008, 2008 R2, and Windows 8.
No Windows 2000, or Server 2003,
No Server 2003.
and no XP.
No XP. But an XP machine could connect to it via remoting. You want to see the really cool bit of remoting? Do we have a minute? How are we doing on time? Yeah, we've got time. Excellent. Okay, I've just unloaded all my modules. Oops. And I unloaded all the snap-ins that it will let me unload. The core ones it won't let me. That's what the error messages are all about. So just to confirm, no Active Directory module, no modules. And nothing fancy. This is just all core PowerShell stuff. All right, so I basically got a naked copy of PowerShell here, right? Everybody with me? Let's say I'm on an XP machine. And I've got this awesome new Windows 8 domain controller out there, and it's got a whole bunch of commands and stuff, and I can't install any of those on my XP computer because they all require PowerShell version 3. And I can't run PowerShell version 3 on my XP computer, right? I don't need to. I have just created a persistent connection to a domain controller on my network. I have put that connection into a variable, which we're going to talk about a little bit later, so I can refer to it easily. I have instructed that remote computer to load its Active Directory module into its memory. So there's a copy of PowerShell running on that machine over there, and it has loaded its Active Directory module. That's great. That does nothing good for me, but it's up and running over there. I am telling my computer to go list all of the commands in the Active Directory module on the remote computer and to create shortcuts over here on my computer. My computer now thinks that the Active Directory module is installed locally, even though it's not. I can ask for help, even though that module does not exist on my computer. It's going to the remote machine and bringing over the help. And I can run these commands. I can even tab complete them. Eventually I'll get user. The command ran on the remote computer and the results came over to my computer, but it looks to me like the command ran locally. This is called implicit remoting. And this is Microsoft's solution to all the version mismatching that we've always had, right? You go install Exchange 2010, the Exchange 2010 tools won't run on XP, so you have to get a different, it's like this cascade of upgrades. It's annoying and painful. Nope, no more. Don't install the tools in your computer, ever. Let them live on the server. In this case, these are Active Directory commands. They're actually running on a domain controller. Did you know that a domain controller has a very fast connection to Active Directory? It's the fastest connection there can be because that's where it lives. So all the processing happens on the server and I just get the results. Now, maybe I didn't do it from the command line. Maybe all this was done by a GUI tool and instead of seeing these results, I had icons and dialog boxes. Fine, doesn't matter. The point is the processing can stay on the server and you don't have version dependencies anymore. If you've got two different versions of a domain controller, then they each have their own stuff and it knows how to run that stuff. So implicit remoting. That will work until I close that session. Now all those commands are gone. My computer can't see them anymore. Cool? Could you see yourself wanting
to automatically initiate certain sessions every time you open the shell. Load modules, stuff like that. Profiles. That's how we do it. Help about profiles. This will explain everything about profiles. I'm going to kind of give you the quick and dirty version. On your computer, oh, I forgot about these guys. Let's close Paint. On your computer, in your Documents folder, My Documents, create a folder called Windows PowerShell. No spaces. In there, create a new text file. Simply call it profile.ps1. How many of you have Explorer hide file name extensions? Who hates that feature? Yeah. If that's turned on, make sure you go down to the command line and check. It's got to be profile.ps1, not profile.ps1.txt, which is what it'll do to you. In that text file, put whatever commands you want. Just PowerShell commands. It's just a batch file, really. That will run automatically every time you open the shell. That easy. You can actually have a bunch of different ones that operate for all users or just your user, and there's different locations where they go, but PowerShell looks for them when it starts.
Across the entire directory?
Well, every single one has to go in a specific spot. So it's looking for a particular file name in a particular folder. That's what that help file will show you. Let's see. There's the list of locations. They just have to go there. Yes, like? $, great. So that's remoting. Remoting, like I said, is a key part of Microsoft's strategy. If you're in an organization where you think, well, you know, it took us 2 years to get remote desktop turned on, you're going to want to start wrapping your head around remoting pretty much right now. Because in about a year, I'm sure Windows 8 will be out by then, and we'll all be starting to deploy it, and you're not going to be able to utilize Windows 8. You won't be able to manage it remotely without remoting. So figure it out. All of the other Microsoft products in their forthcoming generations are going to be switching to that. So this isn't like an option. You know, you've got two types of security guys in the IT world, the ones who just want to say no because they can, and they can say, oh, it's security. And then you've got the ones who just want to understand what the deal is, and then they're fine with it. You know, what do we have to audit? What do we have to manage? What are the rules? Help them start that process now. So if you've got the good IT guys who just need to know, the good security guys, work with them, educate them, help get them up to speed on this, and get it implemented. If you've got the bad type of IT guy, take him to a cliff and push. That'll solve it. And you can try and shop around for a good IT security guy. But this isn't optional. You know, you're going to have to do this. Keep in mind that Microsoft wants to rip the GUI off the server OS. No more remote desktop. You're going to do this instead. Fortunately, this uses 1% the processing power of remote desktop. You can have 5 billion admins into your server, and it will use less than 1 remote desktop session. So this is good for your servers. We like this.
Question, what happens when you have multiple admins connecting through PowerShell trying to do the same thing at the same time?
If you have multiple admins connected through PowerShell trying to do the same thing at the same time, it's exactly as if you had multiple admins remote desktop trying to do the same thing at the same time. Or, how many of you really rely on remote desktop for day-to-day management stuff? Why would you not just put the management tools and run them? I mean, all the management tools can talk to a server. Stop remote desktoping into the server. So it's the same thing. It's like two of us were in Active Directory users' computers and we both tried to delete the same user. I don't know, whoever pushes the button first wins. The other guy gets an error. Kind of the same thing. When you're remoted into PowerShell, you each have your own PowerShell.exe process. So you're completely sandboxed off of each other.
So let's see if I understand it. So this remoting, let's say I've got a server that I want to host all my PowerShell scripts on.
Sure.
And so I would create different PowerShell sessions for the different users, depending upon what script I wanted to allow them to run?
You could certainly do it that way if you wanted to, yeah.
Well, is that not a good way?
No, that's a fine way. If you want to delegate, if you're using those scripts to delegate administrative capability,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a perfectly legitimate way. I mean, it's basically what Office 365 does.
Because that's kind of what we're struggling with right now a little bit, as to how best to host, or where best to host PowerShell scripts and let users run the scripts, but we don't want them to have the full
That is exactly
feature set.
a custom endpoint configuration is exactly how you do it. You can turn off PowerShell's scripting language and only allow certain commands. You can have it automatically load a particular module. So if there's some module or script that you've written and that's what people are going to use, you can have that load right up as soon as they hit the session so that whatever commands are in it are available. It's extremely customizable. Any other remoting questions? Could you guys see yourselves turning this on and using this? Yeah? How many of you have client computers? Oh, really good. Question?
Yeah, could you run these remotes? Obviously, you might be able to when you go to 2008. Can you run them instead of going through VPN?
Can you run them? There's no VPN.
So you don't have to virtual into the network to do it.
Yeah, certainly. So it's all HTTP traffic, right? Provided you can resolve the computer name from wherever you are, and provided the traffic has been allowed through and all the rules are met, yeah, you don't have to VPN. It's HTTP, it's already encapsulated. If I were doing it over the public internet, I might want to use HTTPS instead, just for security, but that's easy. Yeah. So everybody has client computers. That's what I'm hearing, right? So are you at least on your machines on Windows 7? Is that what you guys are using? Have you played with the troubleshooting packs at all? You know what those are? You know the one where you've probably seen it is on the network. If the network isn't working, you can right click and say troubleshoot the problem, and it comes up and runs a bunch of diagnostics and fixes things and dances. That's a troubleshooting pack. Guess what that's actually built in? PowerShell. At least it's PowerShell accessible. So if you're thinking, you know, I might turn on this remoting thing for all of my servers, but why would I turn it on for my client computers? Here's why. Let's postulate, okay, here's how to, how many of you have worked on a help desk? Right, a lot of us start there. So tell me if this is accurate. How can I help you? Oh, okay. Well, click the troubleshoot button. Click next. Click next. Pick the second radio button. No, that's the little round one. No, don't check that. No, click back. What's it say on the screen right now? Reboot. Right? That's how it works, because the users don't listen. How many of you use like remote control because you can't trust the users to listen to what you're saying? But now you have to give me permission to get in, or you have to send a help to, a request for assistance, or all the different tools work differently, and they're all a pain in the neck. Here's what's better. Enter PS session. Give it the computer name of the client computer in question, and you're in. They can't see what you're doing. You are not engaged in their interactive desktop session. You are in as you. Import module troubleshooting pack. Get troubleshooting pack. These all live in, this directory. I'm actually remoting into a server. Windows 7 has got about 24 of these things. The server has fewer, so I'm just going to run this one. Obviously, networking is not a great example, because if networking's broken, I could never have gotten this far, but it's the same wizard from the command line. I can walk through here, troubleshoot anything I want to, make changes, reset their network adapter, and there's ones for display, for Aero Glass,
You can build these. There's an SDK for building these as well. So if you've got corporate applications or whatever that always have, we have to go delete that file or change that registry key and that always fixes the problem, you can build that into a troubleshooting pack and invoke this all through PowerShell. And the user just says, oh, it's all working all of a sudden. I know, thanks, bye. You don't have to rely on them. You can get to everything under the hood. They don't know you're there and can't stop you. I was showing this at an MS Tech Days in Belgium. And there's about 300 people in the room, and everybody thought this was great. You like this? Except one woman who apparently was an end user and was only here to determine how her admins were going to abuse her computer. And she was very upset about this. Well, can't I tell they're doing it? Well, no. Well, can I stop them? You can unplug it from the network. That'll usually do it. But there's no way to lock it down. It's not your computer. It's the company's computer. The admins are responsible. And all the admins are like, kill. So,
The senior VP.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably someone from HR or finance or someone like that. But great feature. Turn this on your client computers too. Have you ever had to do something to a bunch of client computers at once? Invoke command. Get all the computer names from a particular organizational unit. Tell PowerShell to do your work for you. Sit back and laugh. It's really, really, really great stuff, and you want it on your client computers as well. A couple of caveats about remoting. First, you can only, by default, you can only remote to a computer name as it appears in Active Directory, because it needs to be able to look it up in AD to do the mutual authentication. If you need to get to something by a DNS alias or via an IP address maybe, you are going to need to add that to your machine's trusted hosts. Here's how you can do that. Go to your WS man drive, change to client, and you've got this trusted hosts. You can see that mine is blank right now. So I would say set item trusted hosts. Now I can go anywhere I want to. It won't bother with the mutual authentication anymore. There's a couple of other things, little things you can run into. If you've set up SSL certificates on the computers so that you can do HTTPS with them, it's much like setting up SSL on a web server. The name in the certificate has to match the name that you used to access it. That can create some issues. So there's another command you can look at called PS session option. This creates an option object that you can then pass along, and there is a skipped CN check. That will tell it to just get over it if it hits an SSL certificate and there appears to be a name mismatch. So if you have to get to a computer using hostname Fred, but its certificate is fred.company.com, that will make it shut up. So there's a ton of little, you can see no compression, or timeout, all kinds of other crazy stuff. Is anyone concerned about troubleshooting this? Maybe? Would you like to know how to troubleshoot it? I'll show you real quick. I was up at the MVP Summit last year, and they had the program manager for WinRM actually come in and talk to us. And she said, is there anything we can do to improve the product? And we said, yes, better error messages would be great, because right now, no matter what happens, the error is access denied. And she's like, well, all right, well, which error messages should we change? Well, all of them, so that they're not all just access denied. Crying out loud. She said, well, why don't you, if you're troubleshooting, if you're having a problem, why don't you just use the diagnostics module? And we all said, what? She said, that's what PS Diagnostics is for. We're like, oh, well, that's fantastic. I know how to do this. Look, import module, PS Diagnostics, get command from the module, PS Diagnostics. Awesome. Traces, logs, excellent. Okay, how do we do this? Help enable PSWS man combine. Oh, crap. That's not very useful. So we said, we have another suggestion. How about you write help files? They said, well, you know, this is really just internal use, but we put it out there so that PSS can walk people through it. But would you like us to show you a demo of how to do it? Like, yes, please. So I can now show you that you run enable PSWS man combine trace. Then you go do whatever remoting stuff you need to do. This winds up in an event log. Diagnostics, event viewer, applications, Microsoft, Windows, and there are 2 logs to look at. One is PowerShell, and the other is Windows Remote Management. Here. The operational log is where most of these things get logged to, but you can also, here's a little secret that no one freaking tells you, tell it to show debug logs. And that's where that trace dumps all of its information. So after you finish, you disable PSWS man combine trace and then go look at the log. And that will walk you through every single step it's taking as it tries to connect so that you can see where it fails. I'll tell you the real trick. Because that process that it walks through isn't actually documented by anyone anywhere ever, the smart thing is to go sit down on a little VM in a perfect environment, run a trace that shows a working computer, save that log file, and then compare that to a trace from a computer that is breaking, and wherever they differ is where you've run into the problem. And then it makes it pretty easy to see, oh, it's a firewall, oh, it's credentials, oh, it's authentication, it's trusted hosts, whatever, and then you'll know where to go about fixing it. This is like a secret that nobody's supposed to know, so don't tell.
Now, you talked about enabling all of this remoting using group policy. I'm one of those shops that's still XP and 7. That's not going to be a problem. Right?
Nope. No, if you aren't running the latest version of Windows Server, right? So the group policy templates, I think the group policy templates only came with Server 2008 R2.
Okay.
But you can also just go get the ADMX file. What else? You guys look half dead. Why don't we break for lunch? Do not overconsume on the turkey and eat lots of caffeine. I want everybody back and awake. We're going to pick up at 1 o'clock. So let me go up here and turn off my little recording. PowerShell. Okay. Any questions? Anything you thought of while you were enjoying your gourmet pizza slices here at the finest food and beverage establishment in Las Vegas?
I guess pretzels or somebody wants
Okay. The next thing we are going to talk about is Windows Management Instrumentation. There's a few caveats around WMI. First of all, WMI is an external technology. It is not part of PowerShell. PowerShell is simply a means of getting to it. So we are primarily going to be focusing on how to use PowerShell to talk to WMI. We're not going to be spending a lot of time on the guts of WMI itself, because frankly, it's a giant black box, and you can't do much with it anyway. How many of you use System Center Configuration Manager? Anybody? So you have WMI corruption in your environment.
Most likely.
Yeah, everybody else does too. They just don't know it because they don't have SCCM, which relies on it. As you migrate your machines to Vista and 7, that will go away. They really have corrected that problem in the repository, so that's another reason to migrate off of XP. One of the downsides of WMI, in addition to in earlier versions of Windows, it having a penchant for getting corrupted and becoming useless, is that Microsoft sort of had a very scattershot approach to WMI, meaning a lot of different product teams did WMI, but what they did was all very different from each other, all very inconsistent, and not most of it documented. So yeah, it's a little suboptimal. But it still represents probably the largest body of management information
that we can get our hands on easily. Now, let's talk about WMI here, now, today, because it changes a little bit going forward. But here, now, today, WMI runs on us as a service on your computer. It has since Windows NT 4 SP3, so this goes back. Although every newer version of Windows adds more to WMI, so it gets better and better as you go on. It communicates over remote procedure calls. So this is Distributed Component Object Model, RPCs. Those are a total pain in the neck to get through firewalls. The only way you can get it through a firewall successfully is to use a firewall that supports stateful inspection, which the Windows firewall does. And there's a pre-built exception in the Windows firewall you can turn on called remote management, and that will make WMI work. Anybody use local firewalls on their computers when they're on the network? Yeah, so you're familiar with the pain. WMI is built around that whole set of protocols. Now, going forward, Microsoft's changing that. In the next version of Windows 8, WMI will still work on that protocol, but it will also begin to work over remoting, WSMan. I said everything was going to consolidate to that, and WMI is no exception. So PowerShell version 3 actually comes with two sets of commands. The old style WMI commands that talk over RPC, which is what we're going to use, and the new style commands that talk over remoting, which is what you will begin to use. The next version of Windows will probably just have the new way and get rid of the old way completely. So Windows 8 is a big transition version for a lot of these things. WMI is organized, sort of, into a set of namespaces. And the easiest way to see these is here in the MMC. There's a WMI control snap-in on every copy of Windows. Focus it on a computer, click it, right-click it, Properties, Security. These are the WMI namespaces. It all starts with root. Namespaces are pathed with backslashes, so root /CIMV2, root /Microsoft Active Directory. Like the icon implies, each of these namespaces is really nothing more than a folder. It's just a way of organizing things. And you'll see it kind of gets organized roughly by technology. Hardware, Active Directory, DFS, DNS, stuff like that. Within each namespace, you have a bunch of classes. So a class represents some manageable component. What are some components of a computer that you can think of? Hardware, operating system, anything. Disks, absolutely. Processors. What else? Users. Groups. Absolutely. Files, folders. Installed software, IP addresses, configurations for network adapters. Pretty much everything you can think of related to the computer hardware or to the Windows operating system is in here. Root CIM, which stands for Common Information Model, version 2. That is also the default namespace. Generally speaking, if what you want is in there, you do not have to specify the namespace. It's the one that Windows looks in automatically. So it makes it a little bit easier to use. Windows PowerShell has exactly one command to retrieve things from WMI. So it's easy to keep track of. Get WMI object. I am going to give it a namespace, root simv2, and I'm going to ask it to list. This is going to list all of the classes, all of the things that live in that portion of the WMI repository. This is going to take a minute because there are something like 7,000 classes in that particular folder. It's not done, it's just taking a breath. You can see that there's a lot of performance-related stuff. A lot of the classes in this namespace start with the prefix win32_. That is a thing they only did in this particular namespace. Other namespaces do not use that, so don't think that that's a standard part of WMI. Don't go tacking that on to everything thinking it's standard. It isn't. But aside from all this performance stuff, you'll see we've got printer driver DLL, logged on user, operating system quick fix engineering, SCSI controller device. I mean, just bloody everything is in here. Now, just because you have a class does not mean you actually have that thing in your computer. There is, in here somewhere, a Win32 tape drive class. How many of you have tape drives on your laptops? Do you even have tape drives in the data center anymore? I mean, you know, we're kind of starting to get out of that era, but so just because you have a class does not mean you have any instances of it. And an instance represents some real world actual functioning occurrence of that thing. So the other way to use get WMI_object is to give it a class name, such as Win32 logical disk. I have 3 instances of that class, 1 for each of the logical disks in my system. Make sense? So the trick with WMI really is finding out which class has the information you need. Here's the magic trick for it. Oh no, wait, there is no magic trick for that. It's pure blind, dumb guessing and luck, and a lot of Googling. Because none of this stuff is really indexed anywhere, it's not searchable anywhere. The stuff in this namespace is at least documented. If you were to hop on the Goog and punch in Win32_logical disk, probably your first hit is going to be Microsoft's documentation page for that class, which is really nice. Because, you know, when the doc page comes up over on the left-hand side, you'll have a tree view with links to get you to the rest of the documentation, so you can at least browse the classes and see what exists there. My personal bet, go here. Primaltools.com. If you click on their downloads link, and you do have to log in and create an account with them, they have a free tool called a WMI Explorer, which is a static executable, meaning it doesn't have to be installed. You can just stick it on a USB key and carry it to whatever computer you like. You run it, and it will let you explore or browse the WMI stuff on that computer. It presents everything alphabetically, which at least lets you take a guess. Like if you want to query BIOS information, you kind of go to the B section and then start hoping that there's something that says BIOS. It turns out there is. So you can get a lot of good information. You can also query a class like this. Let me ask you a question. Do you think these 6 pieces of information are the only things Windows knows about itself? Can't be. How could we find out what other information isn't being shown? Pipe it to get member. I love you. If I hadn't already given you a book, you would have just gotten a book for that. Pipe it to get member. You know what? In fact, you guys should be using get member so much that typing get member starts to give you carpal tunnel issues. And you will want to use its alias GM. Like the car company, but without the bailout issues. Look at all that. There is a ton of information here, and this is something we're going to look at later. Many objects, like this one, will have something called methods, which are actions you can make it take. You can make it shut down the computer or reboot the computer. Well, that's pretty cool stuff. It turns out if you get into the documentation, that Win32 shutdown will let you lock a workstation, log off, reboot, power down. You get very, very flexible. And a ton of information in here that helps you see what this operating system is. Service Pack major version gives you the service pack information right here. Registered user, product type, all kinds of stuff. This is a really useful property here too. That is 2 underscore characters. I realize it doesn't look like it, but you've got to remember it's 2. That contains the actual computer name that this came from. So no matter what name I use to get to that computer, or even an IP address, that will contain its real server name or computer name. So let's say I wanted to display some of those other pieces of information. How could I do it? Do you remember the command that lets me select what properties I want to see? Select. Select minus property star. Now I can not only see what all the properties are, but I can see what's in them. Let me give you a little piece of advice. That trick right there, select minus property star, that is your best friend. Anytime you are going to write any command that is going to do anything with properties, do that first, and I'll tell you why. 9 times out of 10, when you get an error message, not because of syntax or you type something wrong, but when something's just not working, it's because you thought this contained a certain piece of information and it didn't. You expected this to be something other than 7601. Using this will let you fix your assumptions. This will show you what you are dealing with. Right? If I hand you a box and say, here, could you sort these? Well, you're expecting the contents of that box to be something, maybe alphabet blocks or number blocks or something else, something sortable. And when you open it up and it's just a big lump of green goo, what are you going to do with that? Making assumptions about what these things contain is the root of most errors in PowerShell commands and scripts. That will let you see the exact data you really are working with. Very, very, very useful tip. Especially with WMI when there's so much information that you're dealing with. Show you another tip. PowerShell, it turns out, sometimes lies. What's the second column? Yeah, NPM, non-page memory. Do you think the property name is NPM or is it NPM-K? Select minus property star. You know, sometimes it's easier when you got a bunch of stuff to also add. Just show me the first one. Runs a little quicker. It looks like NPM is the name of the property, and it's actually being expressed in bytes. It's just that initial default display that seems to display it in kilobytes, because these other values, VM, WS, PM, those are all bytes as well. So if you were making an assumption based on PowerShell's default output that that value is always going to be kilobytes, it's never actually really going to be kilobytes. It's always bytes under the hood. What PowerShell displays to you by default might be manipulated before you actually even see it. Minus property star will always show you the real data that you're working with. Again, very, very important. What sorts of management information might you want to query or inventory from a bunch of different computers? Service Pack. All right. So we've seen Service Pack. So that's Win32 operating system. Software applications are hard. Software applications are not really well stored anywhere. I would say if you wanted to get the version of Outlook they were running, you would probably wind up in the registry, which is probably where you do it today. What else?
Last logon or something?
Last logon. Yeah, that's tricky. Because, and you're in a domain environment, right? Yeah, are you in at least a 2003 domain? So there is a last logon timestamp domain attribute that you can query. That gets replicated, but it's low priority replication, so it can be off by a few days. So as long as you're not too picky about precision, I would get that from the domain probably. What other information would you want to inventory? Permissions. Yeah, those kind of suck. You can do that with WMI, but it's about 8 different objects you have to manipulate. It's really tough, unfortunately.
About the Dell service tag.
Do they not put that as the BIOS serial number?
Yes.
Yeah, so Win32 BIOS, and then you look in the serial number field. You know, and a lot of companies, a lot of vendors will actually give you firmware utilities that let you burn a custom asset tag into the BIOS serial number field as well. And that's a very useful trick.
Free space on the drive.
Sure, Win32 logical disk. We just did that one. Size and free space. Of course, you're only going to want to look at actual hard disks for that one, right? So that's where that drive type property comes in handy. A drive type of 3, it turns out, is a fixed disk. I'm guessing 2 is a floppy disk and 5 is an optical, so you might ignore those. What if you did want to, if I got all 3 of these back and I really only cared about hard disks, how could I get rid of the other 2?
Select drive type.
Not select.
Where drive type.
Where? Yeah, and believe me, when I started this, the whole select versus where, I screwed up all the time. Where does filtering, select just picks columns. Where drive type equals 3. You like it? I hate it. That's terrible. Because I pulled back a bunch of information that I got rid of. In PowerShell, anytime you're going to do filtering, you want to try and get the filtering as close to the beginning of the command line as possible. Get the filtering out of the way quickly so that you don't have to process unnecessary data. In the case of getWMyObject, I can do a little bit better because it has its own filter parameter. And where would you have discovered that? By reading the help. It uses slightly different criteria, though. It uses those types of operators, the old school ones. But now, rather than getting all of them and getting rid of the ones I don't want, I'm just getting the one I wanted. Neat, yeah? Would you maybe want to turn that into a report of some kind, combine it with some other information maybe? It's going to have to be a little prettier though, isn't it? Yeah, why don't we talk about formatting? Because sometimes what the shell does by default isn't real pretty. Here's a really good example. Let's say that we really just wanted the device ID, the size, and the free space, right? Ugh. No? But by default, if you give PowerShell 1, 2, 3, or 4 properties, it wants to display them as a table, and it wants to spread that over the whole width of your window and put lots of blank spots in between. If you give it 5 or more properties, regardless of how gigantic your window is, 5 or more, it will display them as a list like it was doing up there. Let's get some control over that, shall we? Let's tell PowerShell to do it our way. You've got some commands to work with here. They all use the verb format, and we're only going to talk about 3 of them because format custom is not really useful for you. Format custom is designed for some kind of specialized things using internal shell magic stuff. We're not going to do it today. But the other 3 are awesome. List, table, and wide. Format wide is pretty straightforward. By default, it looks for a property called name and displays it in a multi-column format because most objects have a name property. If you don't want that, you can give it a different property. Just one. Only takes 1. If you think you'd like to fit some more columns on the screen, you can do that. Or if you want it to jam in as much as possible, ask it to auto size. Simple, but effective. Lists are kind of fun to play with too. That's what a list looks like. Not super awesome, but sometimes that might be the best way to display whatever information you're after. Tables, though, tables are where the fun is at. Let's do this. Get WMyObject, Win32 logical disk. Let's only do the ones where the drive type is 3, and pipe it to format table. Let's give it the properties we want. Now, there's some overlap with select object here. Select object also lets you specify the properties you want to see. I could pipe this to select object and then pipe it to format table, or because there's some overlap in functionality, I can just use format table to pick the columns I want. So let's say we want the device ID, we want the free space, and we want the size. Notice that PowerShell is not case sensitive, but it is case observant. It cased these the way I typed them. So if you want it to be pretty, then type it pretty. Still a lot of extra space. Let's add the auto size parameter. Oh, that's much better. How do you feel about the unit of measurement here? Appears to be bytes.
you really think about hard drives in terms of bytes? Gigabytes. Yeah, I mean megabytes at least, but gigs. I mean, that's where we're all at, right? So, I'll tell you what, instead of putting these by themselves, you remember this little syntax I did earlier? We used it to create a custom property on select object, and this same syntax works to create custom columns in format table. And rather than telling it to display the contents of the free space, I'm going to ask it to divide that by 1 gigabyte. PowerShell understands KB, MB, GB, TB, and PB as storage unit abbreviations. So when I do that, oh, well, that's actually just as bad, isn't it? So let's add another little thing in here called format string. Give me a floating point number with 2 decimal places. Now we're starting to really get some control over this. So we can add a comma after that and create another property. You see how the command starts to get longer and longer and longer, but we're getting more and more custom output with it this way. Kind of cool, yeah? You can get really, really complicated with these. I mean, you can probably imagine all the different stuff that you can sort of jam up and start to create really, really clever looking output. What if you got that to the point where you liked it and you wanted to put the results into a file? I can put it into a text file. I could choose to export it to a CSV if I maybe planned to bring this into a database. Either of those work. If you look at the content for those, the text file that I created using outFile will look exactly as it would have appeared on the screen. The CSV file is a comma-separated values file, meant to be imported into a database or Excel or something like that.
Don, can't you just use the old command line trick and do a redirect also?
Can you not also do...
So instead of typing it, you have to redirect it.
Yep. It's exactly the same as outFile. It's really just running outFile under the hood. But yep, that'll work. And you can do this to append, right? Or outFile file name minus append. If you want to print it, out printer. This one's cool. Let's we'll start over. Give you a simple one. Out grid view. Clickable sortable column headers. You can add filtering criteria right here. This is very cool. Especially if you're going to write something that's supposed to pop up information for a user that's going to get a little freaked out if they see a command line. It's very GUI friendly. Do you guys want to know the #1 thing that messes up newcomers with PowerShell, or should I just let you encounter it on your own and struggle? You want to see the big secret gotcha? If you do this, and I actually already did it so I can show you. When I run a format command, anytime you use one of the format commands, it needs to be the last thing on the command line. The only thing that can come after a format command is outFile or outPrinter. You saw me do CSV earlier though, didn't you? Right there? Yeah? Did you guys actually look at the content of that file? It doesn't contain my disk information. It contains Microsoft internal formatting data because that's what the format command produces. Once you use a format command, you are done. That's it. You can't do anything else with the data because your data is not there anymore. It's these hexadecimal garbagey things. So I will see people frequently when they start pull off something like this because they're thinking, I want to get everything in the form I want it, and then I want it in a CSV file. Nope, you can't do that. If you plan to continue working with the data, you cannot use the format command. And since I can't use the format command, I can't give it a format string. I can still create those custom columns, but I have to do it with select object. Now I can go out to a CSV file, and if we look at the raw contents of that, now I actually have my disk data, which is what I intended. So you've really learned, and I haven't said it this way, but you've learned kind of two important rules for PowerShell just now. Filter to the left. Get all the filtering as far to the left, or the beginning of the command line, as possible. Filter left, format right. Formatting happens on the right side of the command line, as far to the end of the command line as possible. Filter left, format right. Remember those, and you will keep out of probably half the things that really trip people up with PowerShell.
So what if you wanted to format it, now he's going into a disk or to a CSV file?
If you wanted to, so let's say I wanted those to be just integers.
Well, or the F2, like you
Yeah,
have.
you can't do that.
Can't do that at all.
Not with select object. No, I would have to do it manually. It gets a little bit more complicated. Let's see. I would probably make my expression, I think this will work. Oops. Maybe. No, that just broke it completely. There is a way to do it. You use this -f formatting operator and actually produce a formatted string rather than a numeric value. But I can never remember these little formatting codes. I don't use this dude all that often. It's not impossible, it just gets a little bit trickier. So now you know how to format something. If you did get it out to a file, what might you want to do with that file? Let's say you produced a file that had a whole bunch of management information, server, inventory report, whatever. Where might you want that to go? Yeah, put it on the intranet. Convert it to HTML. Saw how to do that already. What else? Yeah, you could put it in CSV, bring it into Excel. Would you want to maybe email it to anyone? Send mail message. Which, sadly, in this version of PowerShell, does not accept alternate port numbers. So you need to point it to a server that's set up to use port 25 for SMTP. Version 3 of PowerShell, they added a couple of parameters to make this a little bit more flexible. Let's talk about security for a second, because there's a -credential parameter on here. You guys see that? There's a bunch of commands we've looked at that actually have -credential parameters. Enter PS session, which does the one-to-one remoting. Invoke command, which pushes that out to multiple computers. That has a credential. Get WMI object has a -credential parameter. Let's just look at what happens when you use that. That's what happens. Graphically prompts you for the password. There is no way in PowerShell, by design, to pass it a password as a parameter. Why? Yeah, because it's a stupid idea. That does not stop people from wanting it sometimes, but you just can't. However, what you can do is create a credential object. So we're going to jump ahead a bit again, and I'm going to show you a variable. There, that's a variable. There's a command called getCredential. Now I can use that
instead of the username. So I don't have to be repeatedly prompted for the password. I can just sort of wrap that all up. That does contain the password. It just contains it in an encrypted form so that it's a little safer. Quick little trick with getWMyObject, you're not allowed to use user credentials against the local connection. If you try, you get an error message that says you can't do that. So just kind of expect that. If you're hitting a list of computers and one of them happens to be yours, you can't use credentials. Take yours off the list, and it's okay to use alternates for remote connections. Kind of make sense? If we look at that $cred, this is what a credential looks like. There's the username, and there's the, I assure you that's not the password. It's not system.secured. It's actually a password.
So what if that was your password? Go into some time warp?
No, it would just say system.security.securestring. PowerShell is relatively stupid about stuff like that, at least. Doesn't try too hard. That would be funny, though. I'm considering using that as my password now. No, that is my password. So questions on WMI? The reason I don't spend a lot of time on it is because there's really just the one command to play with. How many of you have some old VB scripts laying around that use WMI? Yeah? One of its modes, one of its parameter sets has a query parameter. So if you've got an old WQL style query, which you would find in a VB script that used WMI, you can just paste that right in and it'll keep using it. So it makes it a little bit easier to migrate those VB scripts. Anybody got some VB scripts they're thinking of migrating to PowerShell now? You ought to. PowerShell, VB script is deprecated now. It's going to disappear at some point. Microsoft's getting rid of it. So, good stuff, WMI. Did I show you having it talk to computers, remote computers? Oh, let's do a short one. When you give WMI multiple computer names, it talks to them sequentially, one at a time. And if it bombs out on one, that's what you get. But you can see that it does keep going with the rest of the list. The bad part about that error message is, can anybody tell me what the bad part about that error message is?
Makes you think the server's there, but it's not.
Took a long time.
Yeah, there's actually a lot wrong with it. It takes about 30-45 seconds for it to time out. That's not adjustable. And it doesn't tell you what computer failed. Yeah, you just have to know, all right, number 4 failed. Which one was that? So that's kind of painful. There's better ways for you to handle that error. We might get to some of those a bit later today. But yeah, it is what it is. If you were to feed this a list of, I don't know, 200 computers, how long do you think it would take? A minute, or an hour, or a few. Is that something you might want to just let run and come back to later? Okay. Well, then why don't we put it on a background thread? Yeah? Add the asJob parameter. That immediately gets you the shell back, and you've created a job. I've already created one, obviously. They usually start at number 1, so this one is number 2. You can see a list of the computers it's running against, and you can see that the job is, in fact, running. Cool, right? When it runs in this fashion, it can actually talk to multiple computers in parallel. So it's better than normal WMI, because it will talk to computers in parallel. So that's kind of cool. These jobs are not like scheduled tasks. They do not exist outside of PowerShell. These jobs exist solely within this PowerShell window. If I were to open up another PowerShell window, it would not see this. This is totally a data structure that lives inside PowerShell. You can also start jobs that do other stuff. Yeah?
Okay, since you've got this job running as a background thread, where will your standard out?
Where does so PowerShell has no standard out.
Right, but that's what I mean, so people as stats.
Where does my output go?
Yeah.
I'll show you in a minute. First, what if you wanted to run something on the background that wasn't WMI? I mean, is that something you think you might want to do? Maybe. Start job. I want you to run this. There's another job. Do you remember the command that lets me send commands to a bunch of other computers over remoting? Invoke command. Invoke command. I want to run get event log, log name security. And let's just get the newest, I don't know, 200. But let's do it from several computers. Yeah, kind of boring, right? I had to sit there and wait for it. Let's do it again as job. Boom, immediately get my job back, and I'm ready to keep using the shell. Run get job to see a list of jobs. You notice anything about the job numbering? Does it seem a little random? Every time you start a job, you get at minimum 2 jobs. You get a master job or a parent job, and then a child job for every computer that is being targeted. So 2 is my parent job, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are the children. 8 is my parent job, only targeting 1 computer, so that's job number 9. And then 10 is the parent job, and I think there were 3 computer names, so that'll be 11, 12, and 13. Let's see how to actually see that, though. Because job 2 failed, didn't it? So the parent job will always reflect the worst case scenario of all the children. Get job, ID 2, select, object, expand property, child jobs. This is why it's actually called expand and not extract, because that will expand out the child jobs and show them all to me, and I can see that it was only 6, the one that targeted not online, that failed. All the other results have been cached in memory by PowerShell on my computer. So when I'm ready to get those results out, receive job. If you give it the ID of a child, it will only get those results. If you give it the ID of the parent, it will get all of the child results as well. When you give it an ID, it's going to give you those results and then delete them from its memory. You only get 1 shot, unless you tell it to keep a copy. See the column that says has more data? That tells you that there's data waiting for me. If I retrieve that without the keep, see, I can't do it a second time, and now you'll see that, well, it didn't switch to false. Usually it does. Not today. So that's how you get the results out of it. When you're finished, remove job ID 2. That'll get rid of that parent and all of its children.
You could just do a where state failed. Just get the one that-
Yeah, you can also do that. You notice that 8 is still running. I'm bored of it now. Stop job ID 8. I will still be able to receive whatever results had been generated up to the time I stopped it. The only other command you have for jobs is the last one, wait job. If you are starting jobs in a script and you want the script to kick off the jobs and then wait until they're all done, you can use wait job, and that will just let the script idle without consuming processor cycles until all the jobs you specify hit the state you specify, and then the script will resume. So that way you can get several actions happening at once in the script, and when they're all finished, the script will pick back up and keep running. Cool stuff. So that's PowerShell's background jobs now. In version 3, you can create scheduled tasks with this. Essentially what happens is the scheduled task runs, just task scheduler, you've all seen that, right? It runs, the output gets cached to disk. Then when you open up a copy of PowerShell afterwards, you can see all of the result jobs and get the results out of them. So Wednesday I'm doing a what's new in PowerShell version 3, and I'll run through that demo if it's something you want to see. Assuming I can get Windows 8 activated, which did not go well this afternoon. I tried. Questions on jobs? No?
I'm assuming you can do that on remote machines too.
Yeah, you can do anything on a remote machine that PowerShell is capable of doing. There's a trick though, right? Think about this for a second. I'm going to remote into a computer, spin up a copy of PowerShell, start a job, and then once I disconnect, that session shuts down and it's gone and the results are gone.
So unless you're outputting the file.
Right. Part of your job command would need to be to dump that to like an XML file to persist the data on disk.
Since you mentioned remote somebody's computer, they can't see you and whatnot, what you're doing. If you're doing, certain jobs are going to be more task, more resource intensive. That's why I was thinking if you could run it as a job like that, then it wouldn't be quite as resource intensive.
Well, so running something as a job doesn't change its resources. That doesn't deprioritize it for the operating system. It just, background means not in front of my face, not lower priority. You could change PowerShell's processor or process priority to lower, just like you could with Task Manager. Any other questions on jobs? Comments? Anyone care for a mint? Piece of candy? No? Okay. So that's jobs. We've talked a little bit about formatting. Let's talk a little bit about input and output. Do you think you might have to write a script that prompts someone for some piece of information? Yeah? Read host. Adds a colon. Whatever they type goes into the pipeline. Would you like to see PowerShell's more impressive way of doing that? We'd all like to see that, but there is no such thing. That's it. That's all there is. That doesn't mean you can't create something more graphical, because you can, but it requires a bit of programming, actually. You have to sort of dive into the .NET framework and get it to do it for you. It's not impossible. It's a couple lines of code, but that's what PowerShell natively does. Displaying information. This is what you will see most folks do in PowerShell. This writes directly to the screen, meaning I can make it colorful. Every time someone on this planet uses write host, God kills a puppy. Here's the problem with write host. It completely bypasses everything PowerShell is all about. This is not putting data into the pipeline so that it can be carried on to another command. This is literally printing pixels onto the screen. I could never take output that was created this way and convert it to HTML. I could never export it to a CSV file. I can't even capture it or redirect it into a simple text file. It's like it doesn't exist. It's just drawing right on the screen. So that is a terrible, terrible, awful, awful way to create output. The correct way to create output in PowerShell is write output, which, as you can see, I can redirect, I could convert it, I could export it, I can do all the other things that PowerShell lets me do. That is the way to create output. Now, I will have folks say, but wait. Sometimes when I write a script that's going to do a lot of stuff, and tell me if you've maybe done a batch file like this, I like it to just print what it's doing, right? I'm about to connect to this computer. It just gives me the warm fuzzies that something's happening, right? That's fine. You could use write-host for that if you hate puppies. Because PowerShell actually has an entire command called write verbose that is designed to write that verbose step-by-step information. PowerShell has specific commands to write debugging trace code, to write warnings, to write errors. And by using those, you play into everything else that PowerShell knows how to do. And I'm going to show you some examples of that as we build into more complex stuff. So these are the better ways to create output, not write host. The only reason to use write host is if you want a script to display some sort of splash screen or a tip of the day, and you need it to be yellow on magenta and blinking. No one will be your friend. Makes for a good login script, though. I mean, if you're going to write login scripts, then lots of bright colors gets people going in the morning. Is anybody from the East Coast? Where at? Oh, DC. So you remember Bell Atlantic? Yeah. Anybody else? You at least know who Bell Atlantic is? Do you remember who their spokesperson was? This would have been mid-90s, late 90s. James Earl Jones. So when you went to call information, 411, welcome to Bell Atlantic, and that beautiful, deep, awesome voice of his. Well, I worked for Bell Atlantic. I was the network administrator for a division of Bell. And we decided that it would be fun to record that into a WAV file and have it play when the login script ran in the morning. Welcome to Bell Atlantic. But James Earl Jones also did the voice for what? Darth Vader. So we thought it might also be fun if the WAV file said, welcome to Bell Atlantic, the dark side of the Force. Now, I was missing two crucial pieces of information. Our CEO at the time was one of these guys who had his admin print his emails for him, and then he would jot a reply on the paper, and she would do send as to, yeah, high tech. Telecommunications company, mind you, right? You are running the world's largest telecom network. So based on that behavior, I did not know that he, A, had a computer, and I certainly did not think that it, B, had speakers. But apparently both of those were true, as we found out when he came running down to the bullpen that morning, screaming about something dark side, something. But we assured him that we had tools to remove viruses like that and that we could get it off very quickly. So, good times. Oh yeah, Prince's emails, come on.
Custom login script.
Yeah, so blinking text, stick with that. Not so much the WAV files, maybe. You can, incidentally, I don't know if you guys have seen, you can assign PowerShell as a login script in group policy. So that template was introduced in 2008 R2, and it's supported by any version of Windows that has a copy of PowerShell installed locally. So you can create login scripts that way if you are of a mind to. You guys still use login scripts? Drive mappings mostly?
Mostly.
Yeah. Those will never go away. That's a shame. Oh well. So that's background jobs, that's input and output. Let's talk about security. Because we're going to start now diving a little bit into PowerShell's world of scripting. So tell me what you guys want. I don't work for Microsoft. I don't really care how bad they look or good they look. Truth is truth. Do you want the truth or do you want the pitch? Yeah, the truth is a lot shorter. PowerShell's security, such as it is designed to help slow down an uninformed user from unintentionally executing a script from an unknown person. Do you get all that? It is not an antivirus protection. It is not designed to stop a knowledgeable user. It is not even designed to slow down a knowledgeable user. It is designed to slow down an uninformed person from unintentionally executing an anonymous script. That's it, okay? Here's how it does it. It's actually three different things it does. Number one, the file name extension used for PowerShell scripts is .ps1. That is not an executable file type with the operating system, nor is it registered with PowerShell. By default, it's registered with Notepad. So if you double click a PS1, postcard from your mom.ps1, it opens up in Notepad. Done. Number two, by default, PowerShell won't even run scripts. Won't do it. Has something called an execution policy. I've got mine set to remote signed. So let's talk about the options here. The default is restricted. Restricted simply means no scripts. Only local admins can run this command successfully because it modifies a setting in HKLM. Or you can do this through group policy. Group policy always overrides a local setting. In fact, if you've got a GPO in place and you try to run this command, it'll say, hey, I made a change, and guess what? It won't matter. It'll actually tell you that there's a group policy in effect, which is nice. Here's your choices. Unrestricted, let everything run. And you know what? Between you and me, you might as well just do that. And you'll see why in a sec. All signed means only run scripts that carry a digital signature that was created using a certificate from a trusted certification authority. Meaning, I know who the author of that script is. If it turns out to be malicious, I can track him down and kill him. Remote signed, which is the one Microsoft recommends, only requires a signature if the script is coming from a UNC or a URL or was downloaded through Outlook or IE. That is the correct response. He's shaking his head.
So if you got it with Firefox, it would...
Yeah, it'd be fine. Well, because it's local, right? You downloaded it, so it's local. It's not remote. IE and Outlook flip a bit in the file header to tell Windows that this file came from the internet. That's why when you download something and then you try and double click it, et cetera, are you sure you want to trust this? Same exact technology. Nobody else does that though, so it doesn't matter. It's all made up. Here's the thing. So you've got these settings, and for a long time I believed you should just go with all signed, and you should sign your scripts and only allow signed script to run. And then I turned 40 last year, and I just don't care. And here's why. This is PowerShell.exe, right? This is actually the shell. You can run PowerShell.exe with a -execution policy parameter and set the execution policy for that session to be whatever you damn well please. Remember, only an uninformed user unintentionally slow down, right? If you know anything about anybody, you can get around the execution policy. So it's pointless. Plus, here's the other thing. PowerShell is completely built on the .NET framework. If someone wants to put malware on your computer to do something awful, they don't need PowerShell. They can just run up the whole framework and do whatever evil nastiness they want to do. This is why we have anti-malware software and why we practice principle of least privilege and we don't sign on with admin accounts so that when we do get malware, it can't do much. All of those things still apply. Everybody has anti-malware software, right? Antivirus, blah, blah. Keep it. Keep using it. This is not a replacement for it. Just go with convenience and set the execution policy to unrestricted and go home. Because it's such a thin veneer of false protection that why bother? The other thing, and this is more annoying than helpful, let's say I have a script. Write host I ran out file test.ps1. If I just type the name of the script, it won't run. If I type the name of the script with the file name extension, it won't run. PowerShell does not search the current location for scripts. If you want to run a script, you have to give it a path. Now that can be as simple as the current directory, which is what that means, and then it'll run. You can only run scripts if you give it a path. Do you know why? Do you know what that's supposed to prevent? You'll laugh. I swear you will.
back in DOS, you remember DOS? Wasn't that like 15, 20 years ago? Okay. Well, back then, there was a technique called command hijacking, where I would put dir.bat into a directory and convince you to type dir, and it would run the batch file, not the command. Well, in PowerShell, you can visually tell the difference, because if it has a path, it's a script. If it doesn't have a path, it's a command. You'll feel safer now?
From the uninformed.
From the uninformed, exactly. So that is PowerShell security. Now, is anyone interested in the digital signature stuff? You think it's something you might want to use?
So they're saying they want a Veritrust or something like that?
VeriSign, yeah. Well, if you have your own PKI, you can issue yourself. What you need is a class-free code signing certificate, right? Those are not the cheap ones. Those tend to be the expensive ones. The command is set authenticode signature. That takes the certificate and the script file and applies a signature to the file. It's a giant gobbledygook comment at the end of the file, basically. PowerShell can use that to to tell who you are and verify that the script has not been changed since you signed it. So if anybody tampers with it, it breaks the signature.
So if you're publishing your scripts, then maybe something worth investing in.
Yeah, maybe. I just found out I get a free certificate for being an MVP, so I'm gonna, I think, sign the scripts from the next book I write, mainly because...
Liability?
No, because it's free. Why not? I mean, crying out loud. Yeah, so the trick with these certificates, they're not like the cheap 20-buck ones you get for your email. These are more like 900 bucks a year, and they're only issued to organizations, not humans. And before they will issue it, they have to check your company's Dun & Bradstreet profile. They will often check with your local Secretary of State to make sure that you're actually incorporated in that state. They're trying to verify the identity so that if you do write a malicious script, they've got the right identity in the signature. So that's kind of the whole shtick with it.
I'm not sure how we're doing. We're using our internal
Yeah, your PKI.
PKI
Yeah.
for a signing certificate.
Yeah.
That's working.
Yeah.
But that's just for internal.
Yeah, and you've configured your machines to trust your internal CA so that you can issue whatever certificates you want to whomever you want. And you presumably have a process for doing that to make sure that it goes to the right people. And yeah, if you've got a PKI, you can do whatever you want. The only useful thing I've seen people do with this is use it as a change release mechanism. Let's say you are making PowerShell logon scripts. If only one person has got the certificate, then he or she has to sign off on everything before it can go into production. So it creates a change control point. You can't just deploy a new script because it's got to go to Jill first, and she's got to review it and sign it, make sure it's documented, and then we have a backup of the old copy, or whatever your process is. You can use it that way if you want to. I don't know anyone who does, but I've seen some people play with it. Questions about security? We don't really care, do we? No, nobody does. Let's take a break. It is really close to 2 o'clock. Let's do 15 minutes. We'll start back up at 2:15. Go. Just did. Resumption. Okay. We're quickly approaching the big finale, where I'm going to kind of take many of the things I've shown you, show you a few extra things. We're going to take a command, like you might run, and we're going to make a tool out of it. We're going to parameterize it, make it look and feel a lot like a real commandlet, so that we can give it to somebody who's not as skilled as we are, and they can use it in whatever constrained way it provides. So that's what we're going to walk up to. Before we start marching down that little road, any questions? Can I, should I not, how do I, where's a good place to eat, anything? Okay. So there's 2 little quick techniques I need to show you first, and the first of those is variables. In PowerShell, that's a variable. Now, here's another one of these gotcha things that messes people up. That variable's name is X. It is not
$x. If you think of a variable as a box that you put stuff into, I just put 5 into that box, right? The name of the box, what's written on the side, is x. The contents of the box is 5. The $sign is a cue to the shell to tell it I'm trying to get to the contents of the box and set it to 5. I'm not trying to change the variable itself. I just want to change what's inside of it. Okay? There are places where PowerShell will ask you for a variable name, and it just wants the name, not the $sign. Keep that in mind. The $sign is not part of the name. By and large, PowerShell variables, names, can be letters, numbers, underscores. That's pretty typical. You should use good ones, you know, server name equals whatever. Unfortunately, if you put it in curly brackets, you can put anything you want. You will see people do this, so I have to point it out so that you know what it is when you see it. If you do it, I will find you. So keep them concise, meaningful but short, concise, and none of that garbage.
The name for that, does it include the curly brackets or not include the curly brackets?
It includes the curly brackets, the name. Yep, in that case. Variables can contain lots of things. So for example, I have just put all of the services into $S. I can run an entire pipeline. So whatever's on the right side of the equal sign runs and gets put into whatever's on the left side of the equal sign. So the result of that entire pipeline went into the variable. I can get to individual elements like the first one, the second one, the last one, the next to the last one. I can retrieve just a particular piece of information from these if I want to as well. Cool? Let's see what you do with this. In double quotation marks, PowerShell looks for a $sign. It assumes that the characters following the $sign, up to whatever character is an illegal character, like a space, is a variable name, and it replaces the variable with its contents. So you don't need to concatenate strings together. You can just stick them in double quotes. You can actually get quite complicated with this. So what I've done is I've said $sign. PowerShell will now execute this as an expression. I had already populated P with all those processes, so it grabbed the second one of those and just stole its name, and that is what wound up going into the variable. Good? Fancy stuff, right? What else?
This is first session, I'm assuming.
Yeah, everything goes away. Yeah, everything starts over fresh. What's the answer? What's the answer? Because the first operand was a string, PowerShell did concatenation and treated them both as a string. So PowerShell will attempt to recast data types to what it thinks makes sense. This can obviously cause problems sometimes. What happens if I'm relying on $age being a number? Yeah. So PowerShell will let you specify a data type. And I'd much rather have the error happen there than later on down the line because I'm assuming that contained something it did not. Once you've done that, PowerShell will only let you change it if you explicitly retype it. Cool? So let's do this. Let's see, the security variables, that, great. Now we can do the big finale. Let's run a command. I'm just going to test this against localhost. All right, that worked. So let's copy that to the clipboard and open up the PowerShell Integrated Scripting Environment, which is the other PowerShell app that comes with Windows. You will not find this on server operating systems by default. It can be installed, but it is installed by default on a client operating system. So let's get the script pane full screen here. Let's bump the font size up a little so you can read what's happening and paste that in. I can run this. There's my output. Looks the same. Fantastic. Now I can just give this to somebody else in my environment, right? I can tell them, look, if you want to retrieve this information, I've already written you the command. All you have to do is open the file up, edit it to change the computer name. Don't change anything else or you'll break it. But just change that one bit, save it, and then you can go run it. How is that going to turn out? Yeah, you might as well give it to HR. So here's what we're going to do instead. I'm going to save this as a script called getosinfo.ps1. I'm using a commandlet style name because I want to be consistent with the rest of what PowerShell does. What piece of information in here is the one that's going to change? So we are going to create a parameter block. When a PowerShell command lets you specify a computer name, what is the parameter name you use? Computer name. So we're going to name our parameter computer name. And let's give it a default value. That's simple. Now I can come down to the shell, get osinfo minus com tab completion works. Oops, didn't mean to paste that. We'll just put it against localhost for the time being, and there we go. I could also just do it positionally. And looking at the help proves that because the parameter name is in square brackets. I could do it without running it entirely because I defaulted it also. Absolutely. Fun stuff?
And you did say the slash whatever could be just like the executed.
Yeah. Just for you Linux guys. That's why they did that. So, you know, I'm okay with that. The help display, let's admit that this as help display is kind of crummy. Can we kind of agree that that's suboptimal? Let's make it better. Now, to create a help file in Windows PowerShell requires you to have an XML editor and a strong knowledge of an XML format called MAML or MAML. You're going to have to do a lot of compiling of the XML and validating it against XSDs or XML schema definitions. So who's got some experience in that? All right, well, I guess we'll just do it the easy way then. PowerShell took that comment and it
parsed it out using these keywords, synopsis, description, parameter, and so forth, to create a standard-looking help display. That feature is called comment-based help. And there are a number of different keywords you can specify, including perhaps the location on your intranet where someone can go to learn more about that command. So you can get all the same features of a real PowerShell command. Hang on. Didn't I put examples in there? Oh, to see the examples, minus examples, or minus full. And if I do minus full, it actually shows the help I included for the computer name parameter, the fact that it's a string, the fact that it is not required, that it is in position 1, and it has numbered my examples for me. So who thinks that comments are a good thing to put into a script? Document what it does. I agree. If you do it this way, it's useful to someone reading the script and someone using it. Comment-based help. Awesome sauce. $ great. So, let's go a little bit further. I'm going to still retrieve this same information, but I'm going to put it into a variable. And I'm going to do a second one of these queries. Now I've got information from two different places. This is where most people will get tripped up by PowerShell. They'll be inclined, well, if they've listened to me briefly, they'll be inclined to use write output to display that information. If they haven't listened to me, they'll use write host to display it, and puppy. So here's the trick with PowerShell. Your scripts should output one kind of object, so an object, that contains all the information you want to present. Here's how we're going to do that. I'm going to create something called a hash table, or an associative array, called props. Looks like this. That hash table structure lets me specify the column names I want used. And I set those equal to whatever I want them to contain. So I'm using this WMI information I queried, and I'm just pulling out selected bits of it to create these 4 properties. Then I am creating a custom object. And PowerShell actually gives us a special thing called a PS object. That's like a blank canvas. And I'm attaching all of my properties to it as it is being created. And then I'm writing it to the pipeline, not the screen. Now if somebody comes down and runs this, four or fewer properties gets you a table. Sorry, did you want that in an CSV file? No problem. Or maybe, did you want to put that up on the internet somewhere? No problem. Maybe you want to format it a little bit differently. Actually, maybe a list would look better with this type of information. Because I have written an object to the pipeline, everything else PowerShell knows how to do is mine to play with. If a week from now somebody says, well, we really need that in HTML, great, I'm done. Yeah, we've decided not to use HTML. We want to put it into an XML file. Great, I'm done. I don't have to change anything. I don't have to worry about what output is desired. I create an object and let all the rest of the cool stuff PowerShell can do take over and do the rest of the work for me. So the more you can produce an object instead of just writing text on the screen, the better off you are, because PowerShell will do more of your work for you, and isn't that why we bought computers?
So very, very, very simplistic, very straightforward way to take a couple of commands, parameterize the bits that change, and you can have multiple parameters. After localhost, you would put a comma, and then just put your next parameter. You can have as many as you want. It uses the patterns people learn about PowerShell. If they've been taught to use help, this will work. If they've been taught to look in the help for examples, they're there. It outputs to the pipeline so it can connect to all the other cool things PowerShell knows how to do.
So could you modify it then so that it would query them for the computer name that they're running against a different computer, or use like the host name instead of the local host? Or?
Well, I could provide whatever computer name I wanted when I ran it.
I mean, rather than hard coding.
Yeah, so that's just a default. If I run this with a different computer name, it'll take that instead. So let me get my computer name again. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Right?
I was wondering if you could, where you didn't have a literate person using it,
Like maybe you want to prompt them?
Yes.
Oh,
Or
sure.
Like or have you know, something that your help desk people could distribute to somebody, and they could double click and it would automatically query. the
Yeah.
computer name
Yeah,
instead?
yeah. So here, let's do this. Let's get rid of this default. All right, that's what you really want to do, right?
Yes.
You're just trying to mess with me.
Didn't want to preload it.
All right, so yeah, we're going to turn on PowerShell's advanced mode with that. And we are going to tell it that this parameter is mandatory. Done. Hey, dude, I need a computer name. And the cool part is if you run it from a graphical shell like this one, it prompts you graphically.
Can you have it automatically query the local host name of the computer?
Query from where?
Either a WMI or the environmental variable?
You can do whatever you could. Yeah, sure. If you want to pull a computer name out of an environment variable,
I'm just thinking, like, again, of even
you can.
I know in my environment back at work, we use BGInfo, and half the time the user still can't figure out what their computer name is.
You can, if your intent is to always run it against the local machine, then yeah, you could do whatever you want to do. I mean, the point is to meet the needs of your environment. So yeah, I've shown you how to pull the computer name. You could also just use localhost. So yeah, whatever you want to do. So here's another fun thing. You guys remember what I told you about writing verbose stuff? Who thinks that scripts do well when there's inline comments that explain what's going on? Yes, no, I hate that now. Used to believe that way. Not anymore. Here's what you're thinking. You're thinking, right? Right, that's the type of comments. No, stop that. Use write verbose. And I'll tell you why. Comments are only useful if someone opens the thing and reads it. I want something that is useful to someone who runs it as well. And here's the awesome part about it. No messages. Messages. You turn them on and off. So if you don't want them screwing up your output, like if you want a pretty screen, you don't want to see all that stuff, just leave off the verbose switch and it goes away. But it's still in there when you want to use it.
Do you use that for debugging your script?
No, you wouldn't use it for debugging. We're way better than that. I love debugging on this. Yeah, so let's say we're here.
right? Debugging stuff is a little bit more just for me. I'm not really expecting everybody else to use it. So, script runs fine. When I don't want to debug, I don't have to go through and comment all that stuff out. It sits in there and doesn't harm anyone until I use debug, and then the right debugs pause the script at that point. I can suspend the script. Notice how my prompt has changed, and I can look at all my variables. When I'm done, I exit, say yes, continue. Okay, you're ready to output the object. Let's suspend and see what that puppy looks like. Yep, that's what I expected. Exit, continue. Awesome sauce. This is why when I don't know if you guys have seen, you know what the Microsoft TechNet Scripting Center is? It's the Script Center up on TechNet. They do scripting games. He does a big contest. In fact, he just announced it's going to start April 2nd or something like that. And I get to be a judge. And it physically pains me, like medication-required pain, when I see people do this with write host. Because people will submit scripts and it's got a whole bunch of commented out write hosts with their debugging stuff. Why did you take all that time? If you had used write debug, you can shut it on and off with a switch. You can have it there whenever you want it, and you can have it go away when you don't want it. Most PowerShell commands support -verbose and -debug. They are one of 8 common parameters. You know, when we've been looking at the help for all of these commands, what's the last parameter on the list? Common parameters. Every single command gets those because PowerShell adds them. As a programmer, you don't have to do anything for those. Where do you think we could read more about these common parameters? Please say help, thank you. Help star common star. There's all the common parameters, including verbose and debug. I'm going to award books. I have done so already. I have this overwhelming urge to throw these things. I'm just going to share one. I just can't help it. So verbose, debug, error action, and error variable, which ties into debugging, or sorry, error trapping. Out variable and out buffer lets you capture the output of a command. Really cool stuff. You can read all about them in here.
The get help function. In exchange, gives you the option of a detail.
Yeah, that's not exchange. That's standard.
Standard.
Yep. Help, get, help. Which is a little meta, but yeah, minus online. Where's all the normal ones? Minus detailed, minus examples, minus full. That's normal. And that's something I should mention too. How many of you are aware that there's a special version of PowerShell for Exchange, right? And a special one for SharePoint? No, there's not. There's only one PowerShell. There's only one Highlander, there's only one Ring, there's only one PowerShell, okay? All you are seeing is total Microsoft fakery at work. Go to the Start menu. You find the icon for that alleged special version of PowerShell, like this Active Directory module. You right-click it and look at the properties. And I guarantee you that all it's doing is running Windows PowerShell.exe with a minus command that tells it to pre-import a module or run a script. That's it. You could take this exact same thing, run it yourself, and you would get all of those same special commands added. There is no such thing as a special version of PowerShell. If you want to have a shell that has AD and Exchange and SharePoint and Windows Backup and all that crap loaded at the same time, you do it.
I know for a fact when I've had to, since we're on Office 365, when I call their help desk and we start working on an issue, the very first thing they do is make me load clean PowerShell instead of the online module PowerShell.
Yeah.
So they can see so they know.
So they know whose fault it is.
What environment they're working in.
Yeah, there was actually a very short-lived love affair with something called a mini shell. And that actually was a special version of PowerShell that only loaded a certain snap-in or module
and could not load others. And SQL Server was the team that did this, and everyone hated them for it. And it wasn't technically their fault, they were told to do it. But it was a support thing, right? If you were to call them and say, hey, I'm running the SQL command and it doesn't break. Okay, well, does it work in the mini shell, which we know is constrained and only has our stuff? Yeah, it works fine there. Then it's your fault. It's a conflict with something else you've loaded. We're not responsible. Get off the phone. But yeah, it is not uncommon for teams to ask you to load up a clean shell, manually import just their module, and then see if it works or not. Because I have seen a lot of these third-party, especially these open source community ones, where the folks are solving a need more so than doing professional programming, where they can create conflicts with other modules. So if you have a problem, unload everything, and then load one thing at a time and see if the problem doesn't go away. Only one shell. Drives me nuts. Guy got on me in my blog. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, oh, you didn't. So I went to my 30-odd fellow MVPs and the PowerShell team and said, guys, back me up here. And they just like, jumped all over. It was awesome. It kind of was. Even Jeffrey Snover got in on it. He's like, don't be stupid. So this little script I've written here, which you guys will obviously have because you're going to have this whole recording, this is a template, right? You can change the parameters you're accepting, you change your help, you change the command that runs, but each little bit of this is a template. That's how to run a command. That's how to build your custom object. That's how to output it. That's what the help looks like. Use this as a template. Build off of it. Add things to it, take things away, change them around completely. Every script you write should take this general kind of form. It's the right thing to do, and it will give you the maximum amount of flexibility. Happy? Sad? So what were you hoping to get from PowerShell that you haven't already seen? We don't go into functions in this class, but it's so easy. If you were to wrap this entire thing in a function declarator, like function thread, open curly, close curly, it's a function.
How do you get the dollar object out of that function? Just
Same way, right output.
right output?
Yep. Yeah, functions don't have, well, there is a return keyword in PowerShell, but it's what the team calls syntax sugar. It's there because there's developers who know what that is and they'll look for it. But it's really, under the hood, a shortcut to write output. PowerShell functions, in general, aren't limited to returning a single value. You can output bunches of objects. That's kind of the whole point of it, is bunches of things. So yeah, literally, if I wanted to make this a function, it would be this hard. And I'm a little obsessive about my formatting, so keep it indented. Done. Function. I can't just run the script now, though, right? I've got to call the function. And so usually, in addition to doing that, you're going to save it as a special type of file called a script module that you can import, so all those functions come in as commands. And that's getting into a topic I call tool making. And I know I invented the word, because if you get into Goog and you punch in PowerShell tool making, T-O-O-L, making is one word, you'll get my book on PowerShell tool making. I have a little self-published thing. It's like $4 if you want the ebook. What else?
Control flow.
Control flow. Like the scripting language. You know, like if statements and loops and stuff. Yeah, they're all in there. You'll find help files for all of them. And I think there's actually a scripting general purpose help file. Let's see. Help about star. Help about scripts, and then you'll get your constructs. If there'll be a for loop in here somewhere. So if you've got a tiny little bit of programming background, especially if it's C flavored, like C# or something like that, same thing. Just uses weird comparison operators. What else? Wow, that was easy.
Got a lot of planes, so I have some questions.
Oh yeah. And so let me offer you this.
I know it's kind of hard to formulate all the good questions when you're sitting right here with me staring at you, right? That is case sensitive. That is my personal Q&A forum on PowerShell.com. So if you run into a problem, ask it there. Please do not post a 700-line script and ask me why it's not working. I won't know. Nor will I run it. But if you've got a question, you can limit down to, a few commands or a hunk or whatever like that, and you can tell me what it's doing, like show me error messages. Those are crazy useful. I'll be more than happy to try and get you through it. If it's just a how do I, or how can I, or is it even possible, ask those questions too, throw it all up there. Happy to. Once you get up to the website, there are other dedicated forums for what I call the domain-specific stuff. There's one for Exchange, there's one for SharePoint, SQL Server, and each of those is run by an expert in that domain. Many of them are fellow MVPs. So if you have an Exchange question, ask him, because I probably don't know. But if it's just PowerShell core operability type stuff, pop up, ask, happy to help. My Twitter feed, again, and I'm not sure if I'm using Twitter right. I don't really post what I did for lunch. It's mainly just PowerShell stuff. That is concentrated done. And then on PowerShell.com, you'll also find my blog. But if you're looking at my Twitter feed, I usually tweet about new blog posts. And the blog posts are always PowerShell. They're always admin related. And they're usually along this line of some tip or feature or something to help you take the most advantage of the shell. You guys aware of how to post bugs to Microsoft products? Did you know they cared?
Are you sure?
I can't speak for every team, but the PowerShell team cares. Let me tell you a little story here. So connect.microsoft.com, sign in with your Microsoft.net Hotmail Live Passport ID, sign up to participate in the PowerShell program, and then you can file suggestions and bug reports. You can also search for other people's and vote on the ones that you like. And when we first saw PowerShell 3, way before anybody else saw it, we were at Microsoft in Redmond at their campus. We were looking at some of the new features that were being considered for 3 that had been written in. Out of 78 items they showed us, 62 came from Connect. And they had the ticket ID number, they had the name of the guy who put it in, I mean, all of it. You can actually get that. The READMEs and stuff are online. If you download the Community Technology Preview of version 3, it's got a bunch of sample files that all say 2010 MVP Summit. And the top of every single feature demo has a comment with the ticket number and the name of the person who submitted it. So I don't know about every team at Microsoft, but PowerShell has a guy whose job is in his Dan. He reads every one of these. Now let's set expectations. Microsoft is a giant multi-billion-dollar company. They're publicly traded, and setting expectations is very important to them. They're not going to come right out and tell you, yeah, we're going to take that suggestion. You won't know until the product ships. And that's when they go through and start marking things as fixed, adopted, whatever. So just don't expect to hear back from them, but know that they really, really, really do read it. It's going to seem like a giant black hole, but it's not. That's the SQL Server team. We don't get along. But it's tremendously good stuff. And please encourage your colleagues to do this too. And there's a lot of other products on there. Microsoft Management's really pushing teams to utilize this. It's a great way to give them feedback. And they do pay attention to the votes. Kind of like on Facebook, right? You like. Votes matter. If something gets 63 votes, I can absolutely assure you someone very, very high up in that organization is going to be reading it. So if you run into problems, ask. Now, where do you start? Right? You've done the class. Maybe I'm going to see you in a couple of my sessions later in the week. I'm doing a couple of really cool ones. You're going to go home. The real world is going to interfere. You're going to get busy, bogged down with other stuff. So how can you really start to invest in this? Give you 2 pieces of advice. Piece number 1, pick something.
Pick something painful that is fairly constrained. Do not do what everybody seems to do and say, I'm going to automate our user provisioning. Ugh. It's like building the pyramid all by yourself. Start with something little that you can wrap your head around, just so you can start getting used to the shell. Do one thing at a time. Then build on that. Gradually bigger, gradually bigger. Look for things that need automating and tackle one. Number 2, make it part of your job. Talk to I know you all have annual reviews, right? Or semi-annual reviews, or monthly reviews, or weekly reviews, or daily, or whatever. Get that into your job description. Automating. Make it a metric. Make it something measurable. Part of my job this year will be to save us 5 hours by automating a task that takes at least 5 hours over the course of the year. That's not hard. I'm sure every single one of you can think of at least one thing that the company spends 5 hours on throughout the course of a year that you could automate into a PowerShell script. Having that in that review and in your job description like that commits the company to make the investment. If you get to the end of the year and you haven't done it, it's because you can point back and say, you didn't give me the time I need. This isn't me not putting my training to use. This is you not giving me time to invest. And it is an investment. It might take you a week to save those 5 hours, but you will never have to take those 5 hours again, ever. You will save it. You will get that back. The return on PowerShell investment is incredibly fast and incredibly powerful. I work with a fairly large pharmaceutical company in northern Jersey, and they took the step of putting PowerShell expertise on their top-end network engineer job descriptions, and they're now eliminating their middle tier. So if you work for that company and you're tier 2, you need to either step up to PowerShell and become tier 3 or hope there's a position in tier 1. That's the kind of return they're getting on their investment in PowerShell and automation. So it is worth it, but you can't do it on your own. The company's got to commit to it too, and encourage them to do that. So go home and solve that problem first, because otherwise it's just going to be you banging away on your own, trying to get something done, and no recognition for it, no appreciation for it, no commitment to it. The company's going to get the benefit. You might as well get some recognition for it. Cool? Any last questions?
Yeah, how did we get the video of this again?
I'm going to, let me make up a URL right now. Let me stop it, and I'll write down a URL for you.